there was some altercation in the process. And the outcome was that she was unconscious, not necessarily when she was arrested, but in the course of the detention, when they take them to a center, presumably to re-educate them. And she apparently collapsed, and maybe my sense is that she must have had some kind of a problem because of the skull being broken or something had happened. And she died in the hospital the next day. And that, through the social media, was widely spread throughout Iran. And almost the next day, surprisingly, you could see this outburst of sympathy for her. People are in the streets weeping because she was seen as such an innocent young woman, 22 years old. And the family, the mother and the father, also mourning for her. And being a Kurd visiting Tehran, this all added up to really turn her into some kind of a martyr of this cause. And that's what it is. And her picture, graphics that were artistically produced based on her portrait has now dominates basically as the symbol of this protest movement. And the protest movement goes on. Everybody was thinking, or at least the authorities were thinking, that it's going to die out in a matter of a few days. But it became more intense, first in the streets of Tehran by young women, mostly probably between, I would say, 17, 18 teenagers, 22, 23, or thereabouts, and then to university campuses all around the country, and then even to high schools. And that also made it a very remarkable protest movement because, first of all, it involves the youth and not necessarily the older generations. You see them around, but not as many. Also, you see men and women together, young girls and boys, and they are adamant, they are desperate in the sense of the tone of their protest, and they are extremely courageous because they stand against the security forces that were immediately were sent off to the streets. So, and in full gear, that is.
So, what are the currents of pain, emotion? What is this turmoil that rose to the surface that resulted in these big protests? What are the different feelings, ideas that came to the surface here that resulted in such quick scaling of this protest?
Well, if you listen to the main slogan, which is the message of this movement, it's called Women, Life, Freedom. Zan, Zindagi, Azadi, which is a translation of actually the Kurdish equivalent, which is close to Persian being in the European language. And it's apparently initiated first in the Syrian Kurdistan, where they were fighting against the Islamic Daesh forces because they were attacking the Yazidis there and the women being enslaved. But the message, as it moved, historians are interested in this kind of trends. So it has moved to Kurdistan, and from Kurdistan now being the message of this movement, reflects pretty much, sums up what this movement is all about. Women in the forefront, because of all the, one might say, discriminations, the treatment, the humiliation that this younger generation feels, well, not only the younger generations, but most of the Iranian secular middle classes since 1979, basically, for the past 43 years. And they would think that these all basically symbolized or represented by the mandatory wearing of the hijab, which is at the core of this protest. You see the young women, and if you look at many of these clips that comes through in the past 6 weeks, women in streets take off their mandatory scarves, which is a young shawl, or some kind of a head covering, that's all. And they throw it into the bonfire in the middle of the street, and they dance around it, and slogans. So there is a sense of complete rejection of what this regime for 43 years have been imposing on women. It's not, as it's sometimes been portrayed, a movement against hijab through and through. But it basically says, there has to be a choice for those who want to wear hijab and those who want to remain without hijab.
Yeah, the hijab is a symbol of something much deeper.
Much deeper. And actually, before we get into that, it's interesting to note that in many of these demonstrations you see in the university campuses or in the streets, you see women with hijab, young women with hijab, are next to those who have to remove their hijab, and they're together basically protesting. That's the most interesting feature of these demonstrations. And then men and women together against the segregation that the regime has imposed upon them in all these years. Now, in terms of what it represents, as I pointed out, one is the question of the whole series of, one might say, civil and legal discriminations against women. You are considered as a kind of a second-class citizen. You depend on your men. There's a kind of a patriarchy that has been institutionalized in the Islamic Republic in a very profound fashion. And that means that probably in matters of divorce, marriage and divorce, in matters of custody of your children, in matter of inheritance, in matter of freedom of movement, you depend on your husband, your father, your brother, a male member of your family, your child even, your son, could be the case. And because of that, obviously, a younger generation who is so well informed through social media, knows about the world as much as American kid does, probably sometimes more. They're very, very curious. It's from what I hear, or sometimes that I met a few of them outside Iran. You'll see that how this new generation is completely different from what the Islamic Republic wanted to create in its social engineering. It's basically the failure of 43 years of the Islamic Republic's act of imposition of a certain so-called Islamic values on women. And then it's a matter of education. You would see that there is segregation in the schools. One of the issues that right now, is at the heart of these demonstrations is that self-services in many of the campuses of the Iranian universities are segregated, male and female, to different rooms, to different halls. Now they're breaking through the walls really everywhere and sit together in order to basically resist the authorities who want to impose segregation. In matters of appearance in the public, of course, it may seem to us as kind of trivial and secondary, but appearance is important. Clothing is important. How you would imagine yourself is important. They don't want to be seen in the way that the authorities would like to impose upon them, as this kind of an idea of a chaste Islamic woman who is fully covered and is fully protected. The idea of a male member of the family protects the female. That is what you would see at the heart of this rebellion. And of course, that goes with everything else. The second part of this message, the idea of life, basically means, if you like to use the American equivalent of this, the pursuit of the happiness. That's what they want. They want fun. They want music. They want dancing. They want to be free in the street. They want to have boyfriends and live freely, and don't be constantly looked by the big brother to tell them what to do and not to do, or not to do. So that is that they share virtually with the entire Iranian society as a whole. Although the older generations, that's a big puzzle. But you would see that the older generation don't, so far at least, don't take part as extensively as one might imagine. And this is a variety of reasons. Perhaps we can get to that later on, if you like. But as far as this younger generation, they don't care. They don't listen even as much to their parents as the older generations did. So, or one might say, even the nature of the relationship between the parents and the youth has changed. It's not the concept of, again, a patriarchy, that a father or even a mother would tell the daughter or son what to do. Because basically they have to negotiate.
It's fundamentally a rejection of the power of authority. Parents, government,
Yes.
it's that every person can decide their own fate, and there's no lessening of value of the wisdom of old age and old institutions.
Precisely, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And they are surprisingly aware that where they are as a generation. So it's a sense of a pride, as we are different from the older generation.
Yeah.
From your parents who compromised and lived with the restrictions that the Islamic regime put on you. Your their grandparents, who was the generation that actually involved in the revolution of 79, the parents, which were the middle generation, and these are the third generation after the revolution of 1979. And therefore they differentiate themselves in terms of their identity from the older generation. So that's the life part of it. And one can go more and more. They want to access, and they see on social media what happens in the rest of the world. They're well aware. They're much better digitally skilled than my generation, for instance. And they know about all the personalities. They know about all the celebrities. They know about all the trends that goes on outside Iran. So that's a second part of the message. And then, of course, the third part is the word azadi, meaning freedom or liberty, which is this long-standing demand of the Iranians, I would say, for the whole century, ever since the constitutional revolution of 1906. Iran has witnessed this problem of authorities that usually emerged at the end of the revolution to basically impose its own image on the population, on the youth, and create authoritarian regimes, of which, over the course of time, I would say that the Islamic Republic is the worst, in the sense that its intrusion is not only in the political sense, for instance, banning the freedom of speech, meddling with the elections, banning political parties, all kinds of bad things which are the political or civil freedoms, but its intrusion into the personal life of the individual, which is the worst kind, in a sense, as you would see that there is always an authority that basically dominates your life or monitors your life. So, and they do it in a kind of a very consistent fashion, which makes this idea of freedom so important as part of the message of this new movement. You would see that in today's Iran, there are no independent political parties. There is very little, uh, probably, freedom of the press. I wouldn't say that it's entirely gone, but it's fairly limited. There's enormous amount of propaganda machine which dominates the entire radio and TV system in Iran. It's completely in the hands of the government. And of course, you would see this variety of other tools for trying to indoctrinate uh, Iranian population across the board. So that's another sign of this kind of a sense of uh, being totally left out. You're not belonging to what's going on in terms of power, empowerment, and disempowerment. So that's the situation as far as the idea of a freedom is concerned. And the three, somewhat miraculously and perhaps unintentionally, the three parts of this message uh, complement each other, because perhaps for the first time we see that women are in the forefront of a movement. I hesitate to say revolution because I'm not particularly happy with revolutions. The revolutions worldwide and in Iran have always been so miserable in terms of their outcome that we have to be careful not to use the word the revolutionary again. So that's where it stands now. And the regime was thinking that, well, these are kids, they're going to go away. And then, of course, they're completely conspiratorial in their thinking. They constantly think that these are all the instigations and provocations of foreign powers. These are the great Satan, the United States. This is Israel, or these are actually the supreme leader said in so many words. His only response so far that he had in the past 6 weeks with regard to these demonstrations is that these are the children of the Savak being the security forces of the Shahstan. That's 43 years later, he claims that the children, 16, 17 years, 20 years old, kids in the street are the grandchildren or children of some imaginary survival of the Shah security force.
So there's the idea is that these protests are internal and external saboteurs. So people trying to sabotage the government.
Yes,
and
they are misled.
Misled
as far as they can go.
And then there's the great Satan, United States, and other places are controlling, sort of either controlling the narrative, feeding propaganda, or literally sending people to.
I don't think that they have. I don't think even they have that kind of imagination, precisely to say what you have said.
Yeah,
that they would say that they're controlling the narrative. They basically say, no, these are agents of the foreign powers. And their families are all sold out, and they are basically lost their loyalties to the great Islamic Republic. And therefore, they can be treated so brutally, they can be suppressed so brutally, which I haven't actually said what they're doing, because I thought perhaps first we should talk about who these kids are in the streets before we move on about the response of the government. But one major factor which seems to add to the anxiety of, the regime is extremely anxious now because they're in a position, this shows that they don't have the lack of confidence, in a sense, that they would see them reacting in a very forceful way, because basically they don't seem to have that kind of a confidence to allow this this message or the movement to be aired. But the one element which corresponds to that is that there is an expatriate population of Iranians worldwide. There are probably now, according to some estimates, close to 4 million, even more, Iranians abroad, and they're all over the world, from Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Western Europe, Turkey, and United States and Canada. So, just to give you one example, last Saturday, there was a mass demonstrations in Berlin by the Iranians from Germany and all over Europe, Western Europe. And it was at least, I think probably the conservative estimate was about 100,000. So 100,000 Iranians showed up in Berlin demonstrating against the treatment of the women in Iran, or the movement in Iran. The government thinks obviously this must have been some instigation by foreign powers and they want to destroy the Islamic Republic. And not only that, but the propaganda is kind of ridiculous because I listened actually to how they portrayed it in the newspapers. I listened to the Iranian news, that is officially controlled, government-controlled news. And in the papers, much of the papers that are in the control of the government. One of them, or actually the major news program, portrayed the demonstrations that 10,000 people showed up in Berlin and protested against the rising prices or rising rates for gas and oil in Germany.
Yes.
So that's how they mislead in a very rather stupid fashion, because probably 95%, if not 100% of the Iranians are listening to Persian-speaking media outside Iran. So it's a BBC Persian, there is Iran International, there are at least 5 or 6 of them.
That's probably really important to highlight, that Iran is a very modern and tech-savvy nation. Not
Very
just the
much
young
so.
people.
Probably more than I feel sometimes when I compare myself to what they are doing.
Yeah.
Since 1979, the earlier years, for a decade or two, they tried in a very crude fashion to restrict access to media outside Iran, because this is all through dishes, okay? And satellite dishes are everywhere. You know, if you look at the, buildings of small small towns and villages in Iran, there's always a dish, and they watch all kinds of things through this. And particularly because of what's happening now, they listen to all the news broadcasts from all this media, and they're extremely active. They are probably, some of them, even 24 hours or close, very extensive coverage of every clip that comes through. So what the government is doing now, the Islamic Republic, is that they restrict the entire internet.
They shut down the internet.
They shut down the internet, but they cannot afford shutting down the internet because much of the business, much of the everyday life, much of the government affairs depends on the internet, like everywhere else. And Iran is extremely, if I hear from many of the colleagues and friends, it's like, in certain respects, it's like Sweden, where you go there is no more currency, and for a very good reason, because there's so much inflation that the banknotes are worthless in a sense. So everything is through, sweeping your card. And that's, the entire system is in a standstill because people cannot buy food. You go to the supermarket, that's how you would do it. You order food to come to your house, which Iranians do, at least the middle classes, the more prosperous middle classes, doing all the time. So they deliver everything. And because of the COVID, it became even more. And they have to pay all through this system. So what happens is that now they're estimating that every day $50 million the Iranian government or the Iranian economy is losing because of slowing the internet.
Plus, the frustration is growing because you can't order food.
Among other things,
Right.
I mean, they are in touch with, WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Every Iranian, virtually every Iranian, that has education, and education in the sense that has gone through the high schools and universities, knows how to use the WhatsApp.
So there's a big middle class, like you said, secular middle class in Iran, and there's a lot of, at least, capacity for, if not revolution, then political, ideological turmoil,
and a huge amount of hatred.
So the hatred is growing.
There's hatred of the policies, of the regime, of isolation. That's a huge point that you hear a great deal about. We don't want to be isolated. We don't want to be humiliated. Iran is not about this this miserable regime that is ruling over us. We have a great culture. So there's a sense of a pride in their own culture, some of it, Islamic, some of it pre-Islamic. So there's a huge sense of a pride in that. And they see that they cannot communicate with the outside world. They want to travel abroad, which they do. I mean, for one thing, the Iranian regime never actually, for majority of the population, never put restrictions. It's not like the Soviet Union where you have to have you used to have a permission to move from one place to another. And then, of course, the Islamic regime since 1979 basically chased away or destroyed the old middle class. It was my generation, basically, or my parents' generation. These are the secular middle class of the Pahlavi era, in the hope that they can do this social engineering and create this Islamic society of their own. The bad news for them was that that didn't happen, and that memory persisted, and the middle class that was created since past 40 years is much larger in size than what it was, because there was, of course, the demographic revolution. That's a very foundation of it, is the demographic revolution. Population in Iran, I've written an article about it actually. Population in Iran since the turn of the century, last century, the 20th century, population of Iran was about 9 million or so. Is now 83 million. And that is, since 1979, the population was 35 million. Between the past 40 years, it's basically doubled. So it's 83 million. Although, one of the great successes, I don't want to bore you with the details about the demography, but it's important.
Demographics is not boring.
You can see that the birth rate was very high. Otherwise, you wouldn't have doubled your population in a matter of 4 decades. But Iranians, because of the urban shift to an urban population, because of the growth of the middle class, because of the education, they basically, the pattern of the of growth, population growth changed. Iran used to be 2.8 or 3% birth rate in around 1980s, I would say 1970s, 1980s. Now it is 1.1, and it's probably the most successful country in the Middle East in terms of the population control, despite the government a consistent attempt to try to encourage people to have more kids. Middle class refuses to do that. And this is middle class not only anymore in the capital, but this is very smaller towns and cities, places that used to be villages. Now you look at them, they have a decent population, 50,000, 100,000, and they live an urban life, and they don't want to be subjected to that old pattern of agrarian society when you had 10 children or 8 children. And of course, it's a much more advanced in terms of health and medicine. So you don't lose children as they used to. The antibiotics, there's always of kids to survive. And therefore, if you have 10 kids, you stick with 10 kids. You don't end up with 4 as it used to be in the past. So, 6 of them would have died up to the age of 5, actually. But now, because of that, you see that this urban population in the cities have completely different demands. And of course, the education is important. That's another area of how the social engineering of the Islamic Republic went awry, because they were thinking that, the growth of the population, the growth of the educated, higher educated middle classes in their benefit, or they could not even control it in a sense. Now, Iran, in my time, probably had in the 1970s, probably by the time of the revolution, had 10, 12 universities. Now it has 56 universities all across the country. And there is something referred to as the Free University, Azad, which has campuses all over the country. It has 324 campuses all around Iran. What does that mean? In many respects, this youth that were brought up in these families, even in small towns, in very traditional families, in families that belong to that kind of a more religious, loyal to the clergy or to the clerical classes, their children can now move on, particularly women. Because in my times, it would have been unheard of that you would have a young woman of 18 or 17, 18, 19 from a traditional city such as, for instance, Yazd or in southeastern Iran, to move on elsewhere for education, as you do in this country. Okay. Now it's completely accepted that a woman wears hijab because she's forced to wear hijab to go to a university completely on the other side of the country. And this movement of the population, not only because of the universities, but in general, if you now visit Iran, you hear accents, local accents, provincial accents, all over the country. That is a Azerbaijani Turkish accent from the northwest of the country. You can hear it in the Fars province in the south, and vice versa. So, and Kurdish, for instance, or even more marginal regions such as Sistan province in the southeast of Iran, which has been the subject of this recent massacre when they actually attacked the population when demonstrating and killed a fair number, at least 60 people. So this movement of the population, this creation of a larger middle class, the better educated middle class, much better educated. Iran has 86% literacy, which I think probably, I haven't checked that, but probably is better than Turkey even. Is probably better than anywhere else in the Middle East.
And it sounds like that's quickly increasing. So
Yes,
because of the movement, because of the growth of the education system, that's
precisely. Iran has 1 million school teachers, which may not seem as much if you're in the United States, but it's a fairly big number, actually.
Can you linger on the massacre?
Well, the Sistan province is a Baluch ethnicity, of Baluch ethnicity. Baluch is a particular ethnic group in southern Iran, which is Sunni rather than Shia, majority.
And we should say that most of Iran is Shia, and that's a branch of Islam.
Shiism, yes.
Let's maybe just briefly linger Shiism and Sunni. Let's not get into it.
Yeah,
let's do a one sentence summary, and that maybe which is what most of Iran is.
Majority of the population of the Muslim world are Sunnis. These are mainstream, if you like to call them. Actually, Sunnah means that kind of a mainstream.
Can you actually linger on the Sunni, Sunnah, Shia?
Shia means a party, means those that belongs to a party of Ali, which goes back to the early Islamic history of 7th century.
I mean, I'm always lingering to the silly notion of pronunciation and stuff like that. So means part, like what? What is the extra I at the end?
Shi'i means belonging to the Shi'i community.
Yeah.
Shia means a person of a Shia.
That belongs
If you
to that
say,
community.
"Are you a Shia?" Yes, I'm a Shia.
Yeah, and she is the community.
Community. And in English, when it was anglicized, it becomes Shiite. So if you say Shiite today, it's perfectly acceptable. And of course, I myself, in my writings, I always uh, switch between one and the other. One of my books is always Shiite, the other book is always Shiite. And that hasn't been settled. But the Shia population is the smallest compared to the Sunni population in the world.
In the world.
In the world.
But in Iran, it's the opposite.
The Iran and Iraq, and possibly not Lebanon, are the three countries who barely, Iraq and Lebanon have barely majority Shia population, whereas Iran is a large Shia population due to its history of conversion to Shiism. That by itself is another story. But in the sense that the way that historically it evolved, the center became more Shia, and the peripheries remained Sunni. So you have communities of the Baluch in the southeast, you have the Kurds, a large portion of the Kurds are Sunnis. They have Shias as well. Then they have the indigenous religion of their own, it's called Ahl Haq, which is the religion of indigenous to Kurdistan. There are Turkmens in the northeast of Iran who are also Sunnis. There are other communities in Khorasan region, in the peripheries of Afghanistan. They are also Sunnis. And you have some Arab population, Arab-speaking population in the Khuzestan province, in the southwest of Iran, which is also, or across the Persian Gulf.
Is there a lot of conflict between these regions? And also, like, if I blindfolded you and dropped you off in one of the regions, would you quickly recognize the region? Like by the food, by the music, by the accents, by so on?
Yeah, the answer to your lovely question, which I hope it would have happened to me, is that yes, you would see different cultures. But different food, most important, different accents or different languages, because they have dialects. Baluch is a different language altogether. But or so for that matter, Kurdish is closer to Persian because they are Indo-European languages. But Turkish, Azeri Turkish, which is probably closer to the Turkish of Turkey, Republic of Turkey, or to the Republic of Azerbaijan in the north. They're the same, basically. Actually, if you would have looked, that's a fascinating picture. If you have looked at the, let's say, even 19th century, early 20th century linguistic map of Iran, you would have been amazed in the number of dialects, in the number of languages that have survived. This is an ancient country, it's an ancient land, and it's a lot of mountains all around it, or big deserts. So there's a sense of isolation. So you would say here and there you see a different community that speaks differently.
All ancient traditions and languages.
Yes, and because of the great number of invasions that Iran witnessed over more than 2.5 millennia, of course, there are all kinds of cultures were introduced into Iran. There are all ethnicities were introduced to Iran, mostly coming from the northeast of Iran, from the lowlands of Central Asia and beyond, and continued into Iran proper. But now, what has happened? That's my point that I wanted to make. Century of modernity or modernization has produced a national culture of great strength, in a sense. I would say. Ended my book, the book on Iran and modern history, basically saying that despite everything else that has created so much trouble for today's Iran, there is a sense of a cultural identity that is very strong. And I think I can say with some confidence that despite this despite these regional identities that are still there and are great and they should be celebrated, uh, this, today, if you go to Kurdistan or if you go to Sistan, they all can speak Persian. They all have an education in Persian. So they all basically are becoming part of, whether they like it, whether they like the regime in power or not. They have a sense of belonging to a culture and an identity with the center. And of course, the idea of a center versus periphery in Iran is very old. It goes back to ancient times because even the name of the country was the guarded domains of Iran. This is the official name of Mamalik Mahruse Iran, namely that it was recognized that this is not just one uh, entity, but it's a collection of entities.
Like the United States of America.
Exactly. But the United States of America, in a sense, you can say that it was a very successful. Well, it remains to be seen how successful.
To be continued.
That was basically invented, created. That you would have this sense of it. In the case of an old nation, which has been on the map of the world for 3,000 years, 2,500 years, this is not an exaggeration. I am not a nationalist per se, but I mean, if you look Persia on the map of the world in ancient times, it is still there as it is today. Very few countries in the world are like that they would have that kind of a continuity over a course of time. And that's not without a reason, because there was this sense of a center versus periphery that had found there's a huge amount of tension, but there is also a sense of belonging to something. And state is very much at the center of it. I mean, that's why the concept of a state matters for the creation, for the shaping of this culture. What happened is, therefore, you can see that today, in answer to your point about traveling blindfolded, is that you would be surprised to see how much people share. And in terms of, I just give you one anecdote. In 1968, I believe, must have been, I traveled to Azerbaijan. I used to travel and actually photograph.
Not blindfolded. Mostly.
Well, yeah,
Sometimes.
not blindfolded. No, not blindfolded. Yeah. So I went to a bazaar in the city of Khoy, which is in the northwestern Iran, on the border with what is today the Republic of Turkey. And I went to the bazaar and I was interested in the kind of a leather work that they produce. So I tried to buy some stuff, and I was surprised to see that how few people knew Persian. So they could not communicate in Persian with you. Either they have to ask somebody from some other store to come and translate for you. This is 1968.
1960. So even though it's the official language
Was Persian.
of the country, there's still.
Yeah.
So what do they teach in school? So it doesn't
That
matter.
was Persian. But this guy
It doesn't go to school.
he hasn't been to the school, or he was not fully exposed to it. And
Or
bazaars
forgot it.
usually are very conservative places.
Right.
So it's stuck in my mind. Now, recently in 2004, I was traveling to the same area, not to the same city, but to the same area. And I was amazed to see how the youth, as soon as they would know that you're coming from somewhere else, or so, opening conversation with you, talking about the latest movies that was produced in the West. And it's not only Hollywood. Of course, there's a huge amount of fascination with Hollywood and Western cinema. Cinema is a major thing. Filmmaking is a major thing.
Yeah.
So this kid in the city of Ahad, we're having lunch. They're asking me, okay, then, what do you think about this this director or that actor? American, European as well, but mostly American.
Were they speaking Persian?
It's a complete Persian that I would converse with them
Do they
in-
speak English too? Interesting.
yes, actually, you would be surprised to see what percentage of the Iranian youth, at least in big cities, are fascinated with learning language, and for a reason, because they think that's the way to get access either on social media or eventually leave Iran.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and and because they don't see a future for themselves in the country. Either you have to be part of this regime, or if you hate them and you don't like the way of their lives, you look up outside. I was having drivers to drive me around the country in the cities around Tehran. And the guy was a young, extremely well educated, well dressed. And you would have looked at him, you could have found him in any street in any country in the Western world. And his major concern, knowing that I'm from outside, major concern is, well, tell me which would be a better place for me to go. So, well, what's wrong with the place that you're in right now? You are in your own country, you speak your own language. No, this is no good. I have to have a better future. This is no future for me.
Well, it's really interesting because the thing I feel about the protests right now is there's a large number of people that instead of giving into cynicism about, this government is no good,
Yeah.
they're actually getting this like energy, this desire for revolution in a sort of non-violent, sort of in the democratic sense of that. Let's actually find ideas. Let's build a great nation here. This is a great nation. This is my nation. Let's build something great here.
Well,
That's my hope. That's
well,
the outside.
yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I share your aspiration, but I'm fearing that I hope it's not a wishful thinking. Certainly, that's what they want. Certainly, that's what they want to create. But the historian always tells you from where they start to where they finish, there is going to be a huge kind of a change. And in this particular case, I wouldn't be. I would very much hope that it's not going to be a revolution like 1979, Islamic Revolution. And I have my hopes in that. For one thing, this is a revolution that doesn't have a leader. Okay. And it seems that they're comfortable with that. At least so far, because we're the sixth week of this movement, and I hope it's not going to be actually a revolution, as I pointed out before. I hope it's going to be more of a sense of trying to come to some compromise and gradually move toward change rather than the collapse of this regime and replacement with what?
So the anxiety of the regime, you hope, will turn into a kind of realization that you have to modernize, you have to make progress, you actually have to make certain compromises,
Yes,
or constitutional changes, all this kind of stuff. So the basic
yes.
process of government and lawmaking.
The problem is that they say we have it all, you know? We have our parliament, we have our constitution, we have our elections, which has all been, of course, fake. But they claim they have all of that. But the problem for them is that they try to superimpose a certain ideology, like all other ideological autocracies or autarchies, as in this case, that tend to dominate all these institution buildings that they have, and they constantly claim we have this, we have that. And of course, there's a generational thing. The upper echelons of this regime are mostly older people in turbans, they are the clergy, that are afraid of the fact that they may lose their control over their whole system, that this is a sophisticated, huge system of government. And they rely on certain tools of control, which is the Revolutionary Guards and other institutions that are loyal to the state, and they spend enormous amount of funds that is available to them, at least before the sanctions. But even during the sanctions, they still have enough funds to do so. And in order to remain in power, and they're extremely ruthless in that regard. This is not a nice Islamic fatherly regime. This is a regime that I would see easily in it clear signs of fascism, clear signs of the state control and pay any price to stay in power.
So even violence.
Extreme violence.
To return to the massacre, what were the uses of violence to suppress protests?
Well, yes, it was actually quite remarkable to see that from the first or the second day of the protest, you see out in the streets this riot police, okay, which comes out in large numbers, fully geared up. Their appearance are rather terrifying, like any other riot police, probably more than any other riot police. They are violent, and they stand in the streets when the students are demonstrating, even in smaller number. Because before I go to that, I should point this out to you as well, that these demonstrations are not large ones in one place. You don't see 100,000 people in one place, but you see in every neighborhood, couple of thousand of kids are demonstrating.
All over Iran.
All over Iran.
Now all over the world in different parts.
Yes. Actually, during the demonstrations 3 weeks ago, as I said, they had people in Sydney, Australia, New Zealand, Tokyo, all over the world.
All protesting high gas prices. It's funny. Everywhere.
Everywhere. To the extent that they could be ignored, nothing. But if they could not be ignored, and it's actually quite remarkable that this is very embarrassing to them. Yeah. But somehow they think that this propaganda machine of them is working.
So you think they don't have a good even sense? I mean, so there's an incompetence within the propaganda machine.
Yes, it is. There's an incompetence across the board. Yeah. I mean, despite all of this massive government administration, or whatever you would call it, all these various components of it, there is a sense of inefficiency and incompetence that is associated with it in every action that you see, even in their suppression of this street movement. But in answer to that question, you would see that this riot police, it's quite obvious that they were trained for the purpose. So their appearance, everything, these are not just regular army forces or soldiers or conscripts. They are professional forces. And they come not only on foot in number, but they come on motorbikes. So you would see in any of these demonstrations, there are 10, 12, 15, 20 motorbikes with 2 passengers, one in front riding, the one in the back, fully equipped with a baton, with paint guns, with pellet guns, and with bullets. So they are very fully equipped, and they're terrifying. They go through the demonstrations that hit and beat people. And then the arrests. And then you see behind the first line of these riot police, you would see all these latest models of these special armored trucks for moving to the demonstrations and arresting people, throwing them into this. And then behind that, water cannons, you see. And I was looking at that and said, okay, this is Tehran, probably they have this. But then you look at the smallest cities, they still have the same thing. So all over the country, one thing that they had managed to produce extensively, irrespective of the fact that whether they are effective or not, but you see them everywhere. So it just shows that how afraid this regime is.
But that also shows that there's an infrastructure that can implement violence at scale.
Yes, very much so. And it's probably part and parcel of this regime from day one. The number of prisons that they have, according to perhaps an exaggerated version, they said that about 12,000 or so arrested that are in jails today since past 6 weeks. There were 230 or 40 people were killed, including children, under 18. They are they beat up women in the street, which is extremely actually disturbing when you see these scenes of.
So there's a lot of this is on video too, right?
Everything is on video. Everybody has a camera, and everybody sends to major news outlets outside Iran. And they immediately showed every night, if you look at BBC Persian or Iran International, or a few, I think there's 6 of them actually, all over there. In England, they are in Deutsche Welle in Germany, which has a particular interest in the Iranian, BBC World Service and so forth in London, and Voice of America Persian here in this country. There is another one, Radio Fado, which is also funded by the American government.
Do you know your future wife's name?
Also fully covers all of these events. So there is no way that these people can, that Iran can miss what's going on in the streets of these demonstrations and the scenes of beating up women, which in Iranian culture, as I presume in most cultures in the world, there is a certain sanctity that you don't attack women. But they do. And this is an Islamic regime that supposedly have to have a certain sense of concern and protection.
Like a protection, like a deep respect for women, grounded in a tradition of protecting them. But instead, this kind of idea that was instilled in law has turned into a deep disrespect of women.
Exactly. Or fear that these women are not any longer the girls that we thought we are bringing up in this society.
The source of you losing your power will be these women. That's the fear.
Yeah. And you see, of course, this government do have a support base. I mean, it would be totally wrong to think that the Islamic Republic has not created its own power base. It does. But it's probably, if there's no way, there are no statistics that we can, I'm not aware of, any statistics that I can give you in numbers, what's the percentage of support for the regime in Iran. But quite frankly, I don't think it's more than probably 10% of the population. Very generous.
I would be surprised if it's that low. I would say, so if my understanding, because I've been very deeply paying attention to the war in Ukraine, to Russia, and to support in Russia for Putin.
Yes.
I think, without knowing the details, without even considering the effects of propaganda and stuff like that, is there's probably a large number of people in Iran that don't see this as a battle of human rights, but see it as a battle of conservatism, like tradition versus modernization, and they value tradition. That what they fear from the throwing away of the hijab is not the loss of power and like the women getting human rights. What they fear is the same stuff you fear when you're sitting on a porch and saying kids these days have no respect. Basically, that there's a large number of Iranians that probably value tradition and the beauty of the culture, and like they fear that kids with their internet and their videos and their revolution will throw away everything that this country hold together for millennia, right?
Yes, I know. I would agree with you in the sense that probably like everywhere else in the world, This is the generational thing. Every generation thinks differently about the younger generation, no doubt. And in Iran is the same. But there is another factor here is involved. Those that we would consider as traditional no longer seem to have their loyalties to this regime.
That's all.
Meaning that they, they consider as a brutal regime that is prepared to kill children in the streets and does a lot of things wrong. Of course, it tries to take care of its own power base. There's a very strong sense of, if you start here, there's a very strong sense in this regime that there are people that is theirs and there are others which are not theirs. There's a word for it even in Persian. They call it khodi, one of us. Okay?
So it's that's very fascistic. It's like
Yes. It's all for that matter. I suppose Soviet Union would have, if you were a member of the party, and your children would have received a special kind of treatment yourself as well. This sense of us versus them, uh, for a while worked because the younger people coming from the countryside to the cities, certain sector of them would have found protection and support from the government. They wanted to belong to something, and the mosques and the morning associations in the neighborhoods and so forth would have given them. There is actually a term for it called Basiji. Those have been recruited by the state, and this is the youth kind of vigilante, if you like, that you can see them also in these demonstrations. Sometimes thugs, they're called the civil class. So the people that comes to these demonstrations that start beating up these young people, and they are not in security police uniform. They are just regular clothes. And these people, yes, they still support and they still benefit because they get jobs, they get privileges, and these are very important for a state that basically monopolizes most of the resources. You see, even during the sanctions, let alone before the sanctions, the oil revenue of Iran, which is the major source of the state government, was the monopoly of the state. It was monopoly of the state during the Pahlavi era, from the start, basically. So what does that mean? That means that the regime in power is no longer particularly accountable to the majority population because it extracts wealth from underground and it uses it for its own purposes in order to make it more powerful, in order to make it more repressive. That's what it is, the regime today. So it feeds a small, or I wouldn't say, but a fair number of its own supporters. I mean, the Revolutionary Guard in Iran is probably about 350,000 or something like that. It's a very big force. And this is not the regular army. The Revolutionary Guard are independent from the army.
Revolutionary Guard is armed forces controlled by the state.
Yes, the same as the army, but these are more ideologically tied up with the state.
And they're also internal facing. What's their purpose? What's the stated purpose of the revolution?
Well, from day one, when the revolution succeeded, the regime in power, the Islamic regime in power, was vulnerable to all kinds of forces of opposition within Iran itself.
During the revolution.
Yeah, that's the Revolutionary Guard, and their job was to try to make sure that the regime stays in power. And of course, over the course of 40 years, they became more powerful, more organized, better funded, better trained. Well, at least we think they're better trained, but we don't know because the level of incompetence perhaps can be seen through the rank and file as well. But, they developed their own military industry. I mean, those drones that you see now, Putin's regime are throwing on Ukrainians, for Ukrainians, those are all built by the Revolutionary Guards, by the military industry under the control of the Revolutionary Guards. And like similar regimes in the Middle East, at least, these are military industrial complexes. You can find them in Egypt, of course, which is very powerful, very traditionally has been in power and still is in power. You find them in Pakistan, which is extremely powerful, and they can change the prime ministers as they did in the case of the last one. You can find them probably in Myanmar is the same phenomenon. And if you look around, you can find quite a number of them. And the Revolutionary Guards is the equivalent of that. This is a powerful establishment force, which militarily is powerful, industrially is powerful. And since the start of the revolution, they have been given projects. So you want to build dams, which they did a major disaster, environmental disaster. They built 100 and something dams all across the country. This is the Revolutionary Guard who does it. So they have all kinds of tentacles all around the country controlling various things.
And because it's their job and they have power, their prestige, there's a huge incentive to
join them.
To join them and to stay. So like they, when they're having dinner at home with their families, there's not an incentive to join the protests, sort of.
Well, that is the point. I think, and the Revolutionary Guards may be an extreme, but many of the people who depend on the state for their support, now the younger generation are telling their parents, you are wrong. You don't provide for us. This society, this state does not provide what we want. Mm-hmm. So there is a dissent within the family, it seems to me. I hope it's not a wishful thinking. There is a kind of a joke going around. You see this turbaned guys, the clergy, bearded, the traditional clerical appearance. When you see them talking about women, they are very, of course, politically incorrect. They are very looking down towards women. As I said, they have to be inside, they have to be protected, they have not to be seen, and so forth. But if they have a young person, a young daughter in their family, you see that their discourse changes. They no longer seem to be referring to women as second-class citizens.
Yeah.
So that's very important. That's precisely that point, that when you have this younger generation, no matter how privileged they are, and many of them are privileged, and there is also, the regime has created its own privileged class that are not necessarily directly paid by the regime, but they benefit from contractors, certain professions that benefit from what the state provides for them. And Iran is the past 40 years, you can see Iran has developed in terms of material culture remarkably. Iran has good communication, has roads all over the place. It's not like it's more like, I don't know whether you have ever visited Turkey, for instance. In certain respects, even more advanced than Turkey, but it's closer to that rather than if you travel. I don't want to bring particular names in North Africa or parts of the Middle East or other parts of the Islamic world. It's much, much different. So in this respect, you would see certain contrast or paradoxes here. On the certain respect, there is the growth, and there is urbanization, there is modern economy. On the other hand, you see this superimposed ideological, doctrinal aspect that has driven the regime over all these years. And they cannot get rid of it. They cannot, in this respect, they cannot modernize themselves. They think that they are already perfect in ideological sense. This is the best solution for the world, not for only for Iran, but for the Muslim world and for the world as a whole. We are anti-imperialist. We have managed to survive either under sanctions. This is all part of the rhetoric. But of course, at the huge expense for their own population. And the point that you have raised is the fact that we now witness there is not only a generation gap between the youth and their parents, but there is a break, in a sense, from the older generations. And they are very distinctly the youth that has a different view of the world. And it does not want to compromise. Whether they would be able to succeed or not remains to be seen. Whether this regime is going to suppress it, maybe. But it actually brought to surface many of aspects of the weaknesses of this regime in power.
Well, I hear from a lot of people that are in these protests now, and so my love goes to them, and stay strong, because it's inspiring to see people fighting for those things, the women life and freedom, especially freedom.
Yeah.
Because that can only lead to a good thing in the long term, at least, and if possible to avoid a violent revolution. Of course, that is something that we all want to see. Before we return to the present, let's jump around. Let's go to the past. We mentioned 1979. What happened in 1979 in Iran?
Well, in 1979, there was a revolution that eventually came to be known as the Islamic Revolution. And even up to this day, many of the observers or those who have strong views that would not like to refer to it as an Islamic Revolution or even a revolution. So because the nature of it in the earlier stages of it started really probably around 1977, it took 2 years, was much more all-embracing. It was not Islamic in a particular fashion or at all, in a sense. It started with a kind of a very liberal Democrat agenda, which required, which demanded, mostly by people who were the veterans of the older generations of Iranian liberal nationalists that were left out in the Pahlavi period. It's a period of the Shah became increasingly authoritarian, increasingly suppressive, and therefore basically leaving no space, no political space open for any kind of a give and take, any kind of a conversation or participation.
That was in the 70s.
70s, particularly in the 70s.
Can we actually even like just do a whirlwind review from 1906 to 1979?
Yes. Okay, sure. In 1906, there was a period, actually, as you might know, the first decade or so of the 20th century witnessed numerous what referred to as constitutional revolutions, including Russia in 1905, the first revolution, including the Chinese Revolution in Constitutional Revolution in 1910, the Young Turks Revolution in 1908, and the Iranian Revolution in 1906.
Do you understand why the synchronicity of all of it? Why in so many different places, very different cultures, very different governments?
Very different cultures, but all of them, in a sense, were coming out of the regimes that became progressively powerful. without having any kind of a legal system that would protect the individual vis-a-vis the state. So the idea of law and the constitution according to which there should be a certain protection, a certain civil society, became very common.
Yeah, but I wonder where that, because that's been that way for a very,
For a
very
very
long
long time.
time. And
Yeah.
so I wonder, it's funny, certain ideas, just their time comes.
Exactly, it's like 1848, when you would see that there's a whole range of revolutions across Europe.
Yeah.
Or you would see, for instance, the Arab Spring. You see all these revolutions in the Arab world, which unfortunately nearly all of them failed. So yes, these are very contagious ideas that moves across frontiers from one culture to another. And I presume we can add to that there are two elements which one can say was a greater communication, there is a greater sense of a world economy.
Mhm.
And the turn of the century witnessed, the first decade of the century witnessed a period of volatility, particularly in currency. So many of the countries of the world, particularly non-West, suffered and particularly the businesses suffered. And not surprisingly, the business class were in the forefront of many of these constitutional movements, requiring the state to give the kind of a created the right kind of institutions to listen to their voices, to their concerns, and the creation of the democratic system, parliamentary and system in which there would be representation, popular representation, proper elections, and so forth, and constitution. And this very much is a kind of a French idea of the constitution going back all the way perhaps to 1789 revolution. Montesquieu, all this kind of philosophes were greatly appreciated, particularly the French system.
So what were the ideas in the 1906 Iranian constitution?
They precisely the same. They were demanding a creation of a legal system with division of power between the three: executive, legislative, and the judiciary, not unlike the American system. And they requested uh, basically a certain public space to be created between the two sources of power: the state, which had this kind of a control over the, if you like, the secular aspect of life in the society, and the religious establishment that had a full control over the religious aspects. And both of them, from the perspective of the Constitution, is considered as repressive. And therefore, there has to be a new space open between these two. And that was the idea of a constitutional revolution. Why? By its very nature, it was an idea of modernity. They wanted a modern society. They wanted a better material life. They wanted a more representation and so forth. The constitutional revolution, as I always would say, is much more of an innocent revolution. It's a revolution that did not particularly have much violence in it, contrary to many other revolutions. It did not have a centralized leadership per se. That's why actually besides the practices, I'm getting a lot of requests for interviews to compare what's happening now with the revolution of 1906, 1909.
Are there any echoes?
Yes, there are. There are. Because that was a movement that started without a centralized leadership, but actually various voices that emerged in various among the merchants or the businessmen in the economic community, among the representatives who came to the first parliament, the press, the new generation of the privileged aristocracy who were educated and believed in the constitutional values. All of these voices emerged at the same time, and somehow they managed to uh, to coexist in the first and the second parliaments that were created between 1906 and 1910 or 1911. But they all faced huge problems in the sense that Iran was in a dire economic situation. This is before the days of the discovery of oil, which actually coincides with the discovery. There are two important coincidences. One is that the oil was discovered in the south in 1909 during the course of the Constitutional Revolution. The second is that in 1907, the two great powers of the time, the Russian Empire and the British Empire, who always honored Iran as being a buffer state between them because they didn't want to get too close to one another, basically came to an agreement facing the fear of the rise of the German Empire. So this is the period of Entente, as you might know in European history, whereby the French, the British, and the Russians all create an alliance that ultimately leads to the First World War against Germany.
And at the same time, the discovery of oil, the oil industry being a very powerful defining factor of the 20th century for Iran.
Exactly.
Source of a lot of money.
A lot of money, but not all of it in the hands of the Iranians. Only 1/5 of it, by way of royalties, came to Iran. Much of it went to the Anglo-Persian oil company, which they actually discovered the oil in the province, in the southwest of Iran, where is the major oil industry is today right now. And this is an extremely profitable enterprise for that company and for the British government. It's actually purchased by the British government. Churchill purchased Anglo-Iranian oil company for the British government. So it was not anymore a private company. It was a British interest, as a matter of fact. And in the course of the 20th century, although it helped the modernization in Iran, but it also helped the creation of a more authoritarian, more strong state, if you like to call it. That 19th century Iran never had that kind of a power, never had that kind of resources. In the 20th century, even that 1/5 of the income that reached the Iranian state gave it a greater power.
That's another coincidence. So yes, you could say the oil was one of the catalysts for absolute power, but the 20th century saw quite a few countries have dictators with power unlike anything else in human history.
Yes,
that's weird too.
Precisely. And you can name them from the beginning of the century with people like I don't know, Lenin, Stalin, of course, Hitler, even Mao, of course. You can name them, and probably, as I would say, is the last of them is Khomeini in that century. That you would see this strong man with a sense of either a artificial or real, or a sense of a so-called charisma, and with this total power over the regime that they create. Some of them do. Nasser didn't have much of an oil resources in Egypt, but he was also one of these strong men, okay, in the 20th century, loved by some, hated by others. So it necessarily does not tie up to economic resources on the ground. But in the Iranian case, unfortunately, it did. And it created more than one issue for Iran. It's created a strong state, which is the Pahlavi state, from 1921 onward. Because in 1921, at the end of the First World War, Iran was in almost a state of total bankruptcy. And the British had a desire to try to bring Iran to the system that they created in the Middle East in the post-war era, the mandate system, Palestine, Iraq, and then, of course, French mandate of Lebanon and Syria, all of this. And Iran was separate because Iran was an independent country. It wasn't part of the Ottoman Empire. that collapsed. So they had to somehow handle it. And what they tried to do didn't work. As a result, partly domestic, partly international issues brought about a regime which is headed by the founder of the Pahlavi dynasty, Reza Shah. Okay, the first a military officer called Reza Khan, actually a military officer of the Cossack forces. And the Cossack forces was the force that was created in the 19th century model of the Russian Cossacks. When the ruler in the 19th century visited Russia as in a royal tour, and the Tsar showed the great Cossack forces, he said, I like this. And he did one for himself with Russian officers, actually. So the Russian officers served in Iran from around 1880s up to the revolution of 1970, the collapse of the Tsarist regime.
So many revolutions.
So many revolutions. And Reza Shah was an officer in that, Reza Khan was an officer in that force. And he created a new monarchy for reasons that we need not to go to it. And this is called the Pahlavi regime. Pahlavi regime was a modernizing regime, okay, that brought in effect fulfilled many of the ambitions of the constitution, many of the aspirations of the constitutional revolution. Better communication, secular education, centralized state, centralized army, better contact with the outside world, greater urbanization. That's what a modern state is all about. And in that regard, in a sense, for the first 20 years up to the Second World War, was successful. Despite, and more significant of all, it managed to keep the European powers, which was always interfering in the local affairs of Iran, in an arm length. So they were there in an arm length, but they were also respecting the power of the state, power of the Pahlavi state. During the Second World War, the same phenomenon as earlier interference led to the occupation of Iran by the Allied forces, the British from the south, the Russians from the north, the Red Army. They took over Iran, and of course they said
during World War.
Yes, from 1941 up to 1945, and of course when the Red Army refused to withdraw from Iranian Azerbaijan, and with some thought of possible annexation of that province, there was a big issue in the post-war Iran.
So after 1945,
yes, 1945 to 1946, there was a big
Soviet Union getting greedy.
Yes, but eventually they agreed. Eventually Stalin agreed to leave the Azerbaijan province in the hope that it would get some concessions from Iran, which in the oil of the Caspian area, which didn't work, and it's a different story altogether. But what happened is that in the post-war era, between 1944, 45, and 1953 is a period of greater democratization, because that Reza Shah's dictatorship basically disappeared. And this is where you see political parties, free press, a lot of chaotic, really, as democracies often are.
So something like, was it officially a democracy?
Yes, it was a democracy.
Was there elections?
There were elections, yes, of course. Yes, of course. And there were very diverse political tendencies came to the picture, including the Tudeh Party of Iran, which is Communist Party of Iran. This Communist Party of Iran is probably the biggest communist party of the whole of the Middle East, and one of the biggest in the world, actually, at that time.
Did the Soviet Union have a significant influence on the...
Of course. They were basically following orders from the Soviets, although they deny it, but in reality, that's the case.
Yeah.
But what happened, they were seen by the Americans during the Cold War as a threat. And Iran was going through a period of demanding nationalization of its oil resources. That's a very important episode with Mossadegh, whom you might have heard about his name. Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh, who was the prime minister and the national charismatic leader from 1951, 1953. Prior to that, he was a famous parliamentarian. But this period, he was the prime minister of Iran. And he nationalized the Iranian oil industry, and the British didn't like it at all. And eventually resulted in a famous coup, which at least partly was supported by the funding and by the moral support of the British and the Americans, particularly by the Americans. It was always seen as one of the earliest and the most successful CIA operations during the Cold War.
So CIA had something to do with it?
Yes, of course. That's one of the earliest operations of the CIA.
Wait a minute. What was? Yes, of course. What was the CIA? What was the CIA doing?
CIA. This is the time at the post-war era
in the 50s,
in the 50s, 40s, and 50s. The British Empire, which was really the major superpower of the region after the collapse of the Tsarist Empire, gradually took the second seat to the Americans, who were the newcomers and the great powers and the victors of the Second World War. And the Americans viewed Iran as an important country, since it has the largest common borders with the Soviet Union, and it was in the south was the Persian Gulf, which at the time was the greatest supplier of oil to the outside world, and therefore the Americans had a particular interest in Iran. And in the earlier stages, their interest was in the interest of the Iranian government, because they wanted to get rid of both the Soviet Union, which made a return in the post-war era, and of course the British that were gradually withdrawing from Iran. But they had a full control over the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. They changed the name to Anglo-Iranian Oil Company when the name of the country officially changed from Persia to Iran in the West. The name of the company changed. And they got into a huge dispute with the Mossadegh government that eventually led to the coup of 1953, which eventually created a very, very distressful memory in the minds of many of the Iranian nationalists, that this was the betrayal of the great powers, the British and Americans. Yes, CIA played a part, because CIA...
How are you? Hello? I hope you're doing well. We're just watching Let's Read.
Yeah, it's contrary to the British, that they were afraid of their own oil in Iran. The CIA was afraid of the Soviet penetration in the south, and particularly because there was a very powerful communist party in Iran, the Tudeh party. So they gradually shifted between the Truman administration and our Eisenhower administration. These are early days of the CIA. Mm-hmm. And then they actually did participate to send their agents. There's a long story to that. And it eventually resulted in a successful coup that removed Mossadegh from power.
What's the United States interest here? Why are they using CIA? Are they trying to make sure there's not too much centralization of power in this region?
They were afraid of the fact that of the Soviet Union, and during the Cold War, that was their concern. The only concern.
They actually almost want to protect Iran and its own sovereign processes from the influence of the Soviets.
Yes, because they were afraid of the fact if Iran, or at least this is part of the, I'm simplifying a very complex picture. But the Americans basically were thinking that if Iran is going to be lost through Soviet influence, then eventually basically all the oil resources in the Persian Gulf are going to be threatened. And this would basically is the national security of the United States and all of the Western allies, European allies. So in a sense, this was the long arm of the CIA to try to make sure that that's not going to happen. And then, of course, they were persuaded by the British. Because British were the old hand, which were in Iran since the beginning of the 19th century. They always had relations with Iran and so forth. So they gradually replaced. And of course, I don't want to give them this kind of a satanic view that American was a bad influence, because they had also some very good influences in Iran. But this particular episode somehow shed a dark light on the American presence and was used and abused time and again, particularly the Revolution 1979, which was this great Satan idea that Khomeini created. Basically was based on the fact is 1953, you were responsible for the downfall of a national government in Iran, which as a matter of fact, he had no respect for it. Khomeini had no respect for the secular national liberals, including Mohammad Mossadegh. But he was using it as a rhetorical tool for his own purposes. But what happened is that after 1953, we see again the rise of authoritarian Mohammad Reza Shah's power.
And that's the Shah.
That's the Shah that we know as Shah. He's the son of Reza Shah.
And technically, what is Shah?
Well, Shah is an old term in Persian that comes from the pre-Islamic Persian of ancient times.
In the context of democracy, should it be seen as like a supreme leader, king?
Is the head of the executive power, according to the Constitution of 1906.
Oh, that's in the Constitution. The actual term Shah.
He has a place in the Constitution.
But the actual term Shah. Okay, interesting.
But the Shah is a very old term.
It's almost like a monarchic term, like a king.
Yeah, it is actually is a term peculiar to Iran. I've written about it somewhere. But because the term that the Western world in the ancient times has been Rex for royalty and the king. In the Eastern world in India is Raj. It's the same origin, the same root. Iran never shared that. They had the idea of, because Rex and Raj, I don't want to get into too much of the etymology, but this is an interesting one.
Yes.
Rex and Raj both means the one that opens the road for basically enforcer of religion. Okay? Enforcer of the right religion. Because Rex and Raj both have the etymological origin of right. You see, and right means the right religion, basically.
By the way, there's so much beautiful language here. I'm just looking at the Persian Constitution of 1906, and it says it's the Constitution of the Sublime State of Persia, Qajar, Iran. I mean, just the extra adjectives on top of this stuff is beautiful. I mean,
because that was actually the change that came about. I don't want to go too much into it, but it was called, as I pointed out before, the guarded domains of Iran.
Yes.
They changed that to the sublime state of Iran during the Constitutional Revolution, because they wanted to give a greater sense of centrality of the state.
Yeah.
And sublime was the term that was used.
But also, what permeates all of this is a poetic. I mean, there is a history of poetry.
Of course, very strong.
To the culture.
Very
It's just fascinating. So I mean, it's. I of course I don't speak the language, but even in Russian, there's also a music to the soul of the people that presents itself in the form of poetry and literature in the way that it doesn't in the English speaking world. I don't know what that is. There's
there's a romantic side.
Romantic side.
Yeah, I agree with you. In Iran, of course, there's a time of the Constitutional Revolution is a time of great poetry. This kind of patriotic sentiments that comes through poetry, which plays a very important part. Of course, these days poetry has kind of declined, and instead you see the visual image that is at the center. That's why cinema is so important.
Kids these days with their TikTok.
Yeah, let me finish this about the period of Muhammad Reza Shah. He built up because he received a greater income from the oil revenue, and he built up a very strong state with a strong security force, a strong security apparatus, which is the SAVAK, which is an acronym for the security force in security organization. And he, of course, unfortunately, in the 1960s and 70s, particularly 1970s, basically suppressed the voices of or possibility of any kind of a mass participation in the political process. It became very much an authoritarian regime with its own technocrats, very much a modernist vision of Iran's future, and almost kind of messianic that he was hoping that Iran in a decade would become the fifth most powerful state in the world and reaches, as he would have said, the gates of the great civilization. Very much in the mind had this image of ancient Iran of the Achaemenid Empire, and we want to go back to that greatness of the Achaemenid Empire. Somewhat rather naive and very nationalistic in a crude fashion. And what happened is that as a result, there was built up some kind of a resistance from the intellectuals, from the left, eventually resulting in a kind of a protest movement, as I said, by 1977, 1978. Then, of course, the question that comes to mind, and that probably you would like to know about, is the fact that why it becomes religious, why it becomes Islamic, if it's the popular, nationalist, liberal tendency of opening up the political space and allowing greater participation, going back to the constitution of 1906, 1907, why it's all of a sudden it becomes Khomeini? Where does he come from? The reason for that, at least in a concise fashion, is the fact that on one area that after the greater suppression of all the other voices remained open religion. Mosques, the mullahs on the pulpit, and the message that gradually shifted from the old traditional message of the Sharia of Islam, all the rules and regulations of how one has to live, into something very political. And not only political, but also radical political. So, in the whole period from the Constitutional Revolution to the Revolution of 1979, basically the religious establishment gradually was pushed to the opposition. They were not originally very conservative supporters of the state, as the Catholic Church, for instance, was supporter of majority of the authoritarian governments around the world. But the politicization was the result of isolation, because they were left out of the system. And while in isolation, they were not successful in trying to reform themselves, to try to find answers to many of the questions of modern times. What happens to women? What happens to civil rights? What happens to a civil society? How modern law and individual freedoms have to be defined in Islamic terms.
How to separate religion and state.
Or how to separate the religion and state. These issues were never addressed. What happened is that there was this bypass through political Islam, and revolutionary Islam, as it gradually they learn, that this is the bypass to power, basically, to become again a voice in the society and eventually a prominent voice and eventually a monolithic voice in the society. That's the process that led into the revolution of 1979. Basically, this period, greater attention was paid to religion, even among the secular middle classes, who were alienated for a very long time because of this extensive modernization of the Pahlavi period. They didn't have a sense of that old mullahs with their turbans, but they had a kind of an aura in this period. Yes, they are those who remained not corrupted. Mm-hmm. They are the people who basically went against the suppression of the Pahlavi regime. And Khomeini became a leader, a symbol of that. Nobody ever thought in the earlier stages, among these very excited multitudes that came to the streets of the Iranian cities in 1979, or 1978 actually, thought that this old mullah in its 70s, that all of a sudden has appeared from Najaf through Paris to Tehran, is going to take over and create a autocracy, a religious autocracy.
We have to back up for just a second. Who is Khomeini? You just mentioned a few disparate facts about the man.
Yes.
He was the person that took power in 1979, supreme leader of Iran.
Yes.
You mentioned something about Paris, something about being in the 70s.
Yes.
What should we know about the guy?
Ayatollah Khomeini, who eventually was known as Imam Khomeini, he was kind of promoted to an even more sublime position.
Okay. Can we, just a million tangents. Ayatollah, Imam, what do these terms mean?
Ayatollah means the sign of God.
Mm-hmm.
In the course of the 19th century or early 20th century, as the religious establishment gradually lost its greater presence in the society and its prominent places in society, they had some kind of an inflation in titles. So they gave themselves more grand titles.
Yeah, more adjectives.
More grand titles such as Ayatollah, that became a kind of a highest rank of the religious hierarchy.
But it's
which incidentally was in an unofficial hierarchy. It was not. It's not like like Catholic Church that you have, bishops and federal. It was very unofficial model, and he was an Ayatollah. Was eventually recognized as an Ayatollah.
He wasn't the first Ayatollah?
No, not at all. The Ayatollahs were before him ever since the beginning of the century. But he was eventually recognized as an Ayatollah. And if I want to start it this way, Ayatollah Khomeini was born in 1900. And in a sense, all this tremendous change that Iran witnessed in the course of the 20th century was, in a sense, materialized in this person. He became a mullah of a lower rank, went to the traditional madrasas, to the traditional centers for the education of the seminarians, never had a secular education, had a very complex Islamic education, on this one hand jurisprudence, on the other hand probably a little bit of Islamic philosophy and mysticism, which is unusual for the jurists, for the faqih, as they call them, these religious scholars or legal scholars of Islam. And then he, in the 1960s, when he was residing in Tehran and gradually becoming more important, he became a voice of opposition against the Shah. And the reason for opposition in the early 1960s was the fact that the Shah carried through a series of extensive modernization policies, of which the most important was the land reform. So, in effect, the land distribution that took place in the early 60s removed or weakened greatly that class of landowners from the 19th century. And he, Khomeini, saw himself as a voice of that old class that uh, felt that actually declared that this land redistribution is un-Islamic according to the Islamic law. Property is honored, and you cannot just, no matter how much and how large are these estates that the landowning class has, the government has no right to redistribute it, even among the peasants, among the people who are tilling the land. So that was a major issue. Shah also gave the right of vote to women, and that also he objected. So he said women should not have a right.
Can we just linger on the Islamic law? How firm and clear is the Islamic law that he was representing and embodying? Is this
Codified?
codified? Yes,
No.
that's a good term.
Yeah. That's another issue. Not only the hierarchy was unofficial and informal, but also Islamic law, particularly Shi'i law, did not have any codified system, because these religious authorities always resisted becoming under a umbrella of a more codified system of Islamic law, because they were outside the state in a sense. Civil law was in the hand of the religious establishment. They had their own courts independent of the state. But other matters, legal matters, was in the hand of the government. There was a kind of a de facto division between these two institutions, state versus the religious establishment. Therefore, it was not codified. So he could declare that this is unofficial, illegal according to the Islamic law, that you would distribute land to the peasants. And another mujtahid or another religious authority would say, no, it's perfectly fine, because he would have a different reading of the law. So that being in mind, that adds to the complexity of the picture. In the 1963, there was a period of uprising of the supporters of Ayatollah Khomeini. That was a turning point, in a sense, to try to politicize the religious supporters of Ayatollah, who were loyal to Ayatollah Khomeini, and in a sense, all the community of more religiously oriented against the secular policies of the Shah, and against, of course, the dictatorship of the Shah.
So that's where the religious movement became a political party.
In 1963 is the first moment. It's a huge uprising,
So,
and the government suppressed it. And
but then suppression
yes,
would start to build.
of course. And he was sent to exile. He went to Najaf, which is this great center in southern.
He became a martyr on top of this.
At Martyr, he was probably even forgotten to some extent. But not, it was forgotten for the secular middle class, but not to those supporters of his who were paying him their dues, because in Islam you would pay dues to religious leaders. There's religious dues and alms that you could pay to the clerical authorities, and they redistribute them among their own students and so forth. So they built actually a network of loyalty based on these donations. And these donations that received by Ayatollah Khomeini was very effectively through his network was distributed, even if he was in exile outside Iraq. So in 1977, 1978, when the situation changed and there was a little bit of opening in the political climate, Then you saw that Ayatollah Khomeini start sending cassette messages. That was his mean of communication. Was sending cassettes, and cassettes were sent through the country by his network. So, or declarations and saying first that we would like to see a greater democratization, and the Shah has to abide by the Constitution of 1907. This is a constitution, this is a democratic system, and so forth.
Was he charismatic?
Well, it depends who would call, what do you call charismatic? He had the long beard. He was kind of a man in turban and the gown, which was a very unusual leadership for people who were much more accustomed to the civilian clothing or to the equipment of the Shah's military uniforms that he used to wear.
But I also mean, like, he is a man that was able to take power to become popular, sufficiently popular.
Yes.
So, like, I would like, is it the ideas? Is it an accident? Or is it the man himself, the charisma, or something about the man that led to this particular person basically changing the tide of history in this part of the world in a way
All the
that was
above.
unexpected?
All the above that you mentioned.
Or was it just the beard?
No, I think no, it's beyond the appearance. Because the appearance is greatly helped, as you know.
Yeah.
You know.
In the 20th century, appearance is helpful. Yeah. Pictures for propaganda, for messaging.
Yeah, that's an important factor. And he was a kind of a adamant and very severe in his own positions. He could appear very uncompromising, and he had a sense of confidence, self-confidence, that virtually everybody else lacked. And he was a man of opportunity. As soon as he would see that a chance, an opportunity would open up, he would jump on it. And that's what he did, basically. As more the political space opened, the weaknesses of the Shah's government became more evident. His indecision became more evident. His lack of confidence became more evident. Khomeini managed to move further into the center of the movement because he was the only authority that had this network of support through the mosques, through the people who paid homage to him, who followed him, because there's a sense of following of the religious leader in Shiism. You are a follower of this authority, you're a follower of that authority. And he's basically created an environment in which people looked upon him as a kind of a messianic figure that came to save Iran from what they considered at the time the problems of dictatorship under the Shah.
So there's not a suspicion about Islamic law being the primary law of the land.
Not at all. People had very little sense that what Islamic law is all about, because the secular education has left that into the old religious schools. This is not something that ordinary educated Iranian who goes to the universities is going to learn. Therefore, there is a sense of idealization that there is something great there. That is good. And there were quite a number of intellectuals who also viewed this kind of an idea of, they would refer to as West-toxication, that is this civilization of the West that has brought with it all the modernity that we see around ourselves, has enormous sinister features into it. And it has taken away from us our authenticity. That was the thing, that there is something authentic that should be protected. And therefore, a man in kind of a garb and appearance seemed as a source for return to this originality of their own culture, authenticity of their own culture. And he perfectly uh, took advantage of that. That is Khomeini. Took advantage of it and the circle around it at the expense of everybody else, which he managed in the course of 1979 to 1989, which he passed away, he died in the 10 years during this period, managed to basically transform the Iranian society to create institutions of the Islamic Republic and to acquire himself the position of the guardian jurist. That was something completely new, it didn't ever exist before. As a matter of fact, as you might know, the model of government that a religious establishment takes over the state is unprecedented throughout the course of Iranian history, throughout the course of the Islamic history, I would say. This is the first example, and probably the only example, of a regime that the religious establishment that has always, in the course of Iranian history, ever since, I would say, probably at least 16th century, if not earlier, has been always separate from the state and always kind of collaborating with the state with a certain tensions in between the two of them. There were two, basically, as they would call themselves, the two pillars of stability in the society. That situation changed. For the first time, the religious establishment took over the power of the state. And that's at the core of what we see today as a major issue for Iranian society. Because these are basically that old balance between the religion and the state, which was kind of a de facto separation of the authorities of the two, has been violated. And now you have in power a theocracy, in effect, which of course only in its appearance is theocracy. Deep down, in my opinion, it's a brutal fascist regime that stays in power, but it has the appearance of religion into it. So this is really the story of the revolution. And as a result of that, the Iranian middle class has greatly suffered. It's not without a reason that you see 4 million Iranians abroad, because basically the emergence of this new power gradually isolated or marginalized the secular middle class, who could not survive under that regime, and gradually moved out in the course of perhaps 30, 40 years. Up to now, Iran has the largest, I think I'm right to say so, has the largest brain drain in any country in the world, proportional to its population.
So fascinating that how much of a weird quirk of history is it that that religion would take hold in a country? Like, does it have to do with the individual? It seems like if we reran the 20th century 1,000 times, we would get the 79 revolution resulting in Islamic law like less than 1% of the time, it feels like. Or no, which percentage would you put?
Well, I think it has something to do with the very complex nature of how Iran evolved over a long period of time, since the 16th century. That's why, if I would for a moment talk about what I have written, I've written a book that's called Iran, a Modern History, and it does not start in the 20th century. It starts in the 16th century.
Yeah.
Because that's what I've argued, that this complex process that at the end of the day resulted in what we see around us today is something that was in making for a very long
and
time.
religion was a big part of it.
Yes.
She and the Messiah complex,
Yes, exactly.
the longing for this great vision of a great, sublime nation that can only be fully sublime through religion.
It's then it's disillusionment with that image,
Yeah.
or at least basically that process of 40 years is a process of readjusting to the realities of the world. That that great moment of romantic success of a revolution, like most revolutions, of course, that is going to change Iran and bring this kind of a moment of greatness, led into this great disappointment. It's a movement of the great disappointment in a sense. Like most messianic movements, by the way, messianic movements in general are always leading into great disappointment. But what I have here that perhaps should be added to it, that yes, it was a peculiarity of Iran as a society that had to experience this eventual encounter between religion and state. That's something to do with the nature of Shiism. That's just one point that should be pointed out. Most of Sunni Islam don't have that kind of, I say most because there is something there. But Sunni Islam in general does not have that kind of an aspiration for the coming of a messianic leader. Shiism does. Shiism in its very shaping, particularly the way that it was set up in Iran, was a religion that has always this element of expectation to it for the coming of this messianic leader. Of course, I mean, between parentheses, all societies look for messianic leaders. I mean, just look around us.
But some societies more than others. There's certain culture. It might have to do with the romantic poetry that we mentioned earlier. I mean, surely, I mean, not to draw too many parallels, but with the Soviet Union, there's romanticism too. And I mean, I don't know. It does maybe idealism.
A sense of a savior
Yeah.
who would bring you out of the misery that you are in, and
Yeah.
always looking for a third party to solve your issues. That's why probably this movement has a particular significance, because it probably doesn't look for a messiah. Although I was talking to my brother, who is a historian also, and he was saying perhaps the messiah of this movement is that Mahsa Amini, the 22-year-old girl that was killed. It's a martyred messiah who is now leading a movement which no longer has that charismatic leadership with it. But yes, I would say that Iran has been the birthplace, if I might say that, of messianic aspirations, going back to ancient Zoroastrianism, which is really the whole system that you see in major religions, or at least less so-called Western religions. So Abrahamic religions is parallel or perhaps influenced by Zoroastrianism, in which there is an idea of this world and the other world, there is a hereafter. There is an idea of a judgment at the end of the time. And there is a concept that there is a moment of justice that is going to come with the rise of a religious or a charismatic figure. So it's a very old phenomenon in Iran, very old. And it's time and again repeated itself in the course of its history, but never as powerfully as it happened in 1979, and never in the form of authority from within the religious establishment. It was always the dissent movements that were kind of antinomian, they were against the authority of the religious establishment. That changed in the 20th century.
But the Revolution 1979, that change is still with us today. Can we just linger on? Are there some practical games of power that occurred? In the way that Stalin took power and held power in the early days? Is there something like this in terms of the establishment of the Revolutionary Guard and all this kind of stuff?
Yes.
So the messianic figure has some support from the people, but does he have to crush his enemies in competition?
It certainly did. Certainly not as brutal in terms of the victims as you would see in Soviet Union under Stalin, who the bloodshed or the destruction of the population was far greater than what you would find in Iran of the Islamic Republic. Uncomfortable. Perhaps I would find a greater parallel with Mao Zedong, and particularly because China has a very strong messianic tradition since the ancient times. So they have something, and Mao appeared as a kind of a messianic figure. There I can see that there is a parallel, but also you can see with any other authoritarian regime with a messianic figure at the head of it, that it destroys all the other forces. So during the course of the first 10 years of the Islamic Revolution, it destroyed the liberal, nationalist, secular. It destroyed the guerrilla movements, some of them Islamic, some of them Marxist, who turned into political parties or tendencies in the course of the post-revolution 1979. They were completely destroyed, and in a very brutal fashion. And their opposition, even within the religious establishment, because it wasn't a uniform, there were many different tendencies. Those that were opposed to the authority of Ayatollah Khomeini, or now Imam Khomeini, meaning almost a secret religious figure above the level of a religious authority. He's a saint kind of a figure. So Shiism has this idea of imams. There were 11 of them. The 12th is hidden and would come back at the end of the time. This is a messianic figure. So the title that was always used for them only in Shiism, never used for any other person. He is the first person in the revolution of 1979, first referred to as deputy of Imam, but the term deputy gradually disappeared and he became Imam Khomeini. That's his official title.
I love human beings so much. It's so beautiful. These titles that we give each other,
But
it's marvelous to observe.
You love it because you haven't been under that system.
No, I love it in a way. I love it in a very dark
fashion.
kind of way. It caricatures itself. It's almost funny in its absurdity, if not for the evil that it has led to in human history.
But also the fact that it's in fact fulfillment in a kind of completely unintended fashion. It's a fulfillment of that idea of a Messiah that they've been waiting for. This Imam, which is in a hidden for 1,000 years, is here and not here. And therefore, Khomeini would have, in effect, fulfilled those anticipations. But beyond that, I just give you one example. I know that you may have other concerns. But when I say elimination, at the end of the Iran-Iraq War, by the direct order of Ayatollah Khomeini, the fatwa that he wrote, a group of prisoners who belonged to a variety of political parties, the left, religious left, majority of them, the left and the Marxist left and the religious left. In a matter of a few weeks, or perhaps a few months, I'm not actually quite sure about the time span, in a series of, these were people who have already been tried and they were given sentences. They were brought back before the summary trials of three judges, or more, three, four of them. One of them is now the new president of the Islamic Republic, Raisi, and they were given a quick summary sentences, which meant execution. So something between probably 6 to 8,000 were executed in a matter of a month or 2 months, something like that. Mostly in Tehran, but also in provinces. And that remained an extraordinary trauma for the families, for those who had these kids. They're all young, all young. So this remains very much a kind of original sin of the Islamic Republic that cannot get rid of. And it's in people's memories. They didn't allow them, even the families, to go and mourn their dead in an official cemetery which they created for them. Now the latest thing is that they put a huge concrete wall around it so nobody would be able to get into it. So these all part of extraordinary level of atrocity, brutality, that you see that the regime would claim that it comes with the morality of religion and Islam to bring back the justice and be more, in a sense, kind to people, ended up with what it is in the memory of many of the people in Iran.
So developing these fascistic tendencies.
Very much so. Destroying minorities, Baha'is, one of them. Hundreds of Baha'is were, without any reason, without any involvement, were picked up and executed. Their properties were taken over. Their rights were taken away from them, even up to this day. There's the largest, by the way, religious minority in Iran. So you would see that in many areas, this is acts very much as an beyond authoritarian. It's a kind of really a fascistic regime.
So Khomeini held power for 10 years and then took power the next supreme leader, who is still the leader today for over 30 years. Who is he?
Well, he was one of the, this is Ali Khamenei.
Ayatollah.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Imam one day, perhaps?
No, well, they hesitated to use the term Imam for him. But in any other respect, he was given all of that adulation that they did to Khomeini. He is the guardian jurist. That's what's important. Because the guardian jurist in the Constitution of the Islamic Republic is an authority that is above the state. He is not elected, quote unquote, because this is a divine authority, although he's been designated by the group of the turban mullahs like himself. And he has the full power over all institutions of the state, the army, the media, the economy, every aspect of it. He acts like a shah. He acts like this authoritarian authority.
Did that gradually develop, or was that very early on?
Well, that's part of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic. The first Constitution, the first draft of the Constitution did not have the authority of the guardian jurist. But then it was added by Khomeini and his supporters.
Are there actually in the Constitution any limits to his power?
Yes, there is a council of the experts, so to say, that would remove him from power, I think theoretically. But there's so much restrictions to that I don't think it would have ever happened in reality, in his case at least.
But in terms of executive to make decisions and all that kind of stuff, does he need to check with anybody?
No.
Oh boy.
He does check with his own
Yes.
advisors, but he doesn't have any constitutional obligation to check on the decisions that he's making.
So that's the supreme leader, but there's been presidents.
Yes.
And what's the role of the president?
The president, in a sense, is the executive power under the Islamic Republic. There are three heads of power. There is the president that presumably has the executive power. There is the head of the judiciary, and there is the head of the speaker of the parliament, Majlis, Islamic Majlis, which is the legislative. So there's a legislative, judiciary, and executive. Raisi, who is not the president, is the head of the executive. Above them is the supreme leader, or the guardian jurist.
Can you give me some insight? Because I, especially, I'm not exactly sure why, but the President Ahmadinejad is somebody I'm, as an American, really familiar with. Why is that exactly? But why was a president the public-facing person to the world versus the supreme leader? Is that just an accident of a particular humans involved, or is this by design?
No, because the supreme leader tries to keep himself out of issues of everyday politics, supposedly.
Yeah.
But therefore, he is not coming to the United Nations to give a speech during the session. But Mr. Ahmadinejad, who at the time was the president, would come and make outrageous statements. That's why you probably know something about it.
So all of them make public statements, but he had a proclivity for outrageous statements.
He does all kinds of things. He makes all kinds of statements, but he is somewhat above the everyday politics in theory. But of course, he's pulling all the strings without doubt in every respect. And it seems that you were asked, I thought you were going to ask me this question, almost without an exception. Since the inception of the Islamic Republic in 1979, up to the last of the presidents of the Islamic Republic, Rouhani, before the guy that is last year or a year and a half ago was in a phony election, got into the position of the president, all of them, there's a long list, all of them eventually fell out with the regime.
Mhm.
So there is no president, except perhaps to some extent Rouhani, but we'll wait and see what's going to happen to him. But prior to him, all of them, including Ahmadinejad, fell out with the regime, with the current regime in Iraq.
Who's Rouhani? He was officially president for 8 years.
Yeah, prior to Raisi.
Ibrahim Raisi, the 221, what you're saying is a phony election.
Yes, there's a phony election.
What happened? What's
phony
interesting?
election?
What happened?
Because the process of actually candidacy for presidency is completely controlled by a council under the control of the supreme leader. So they have to approve who is going to be the candidate. So
Why
not
did they-
everybody can enter and say, I would like to be a candidate.
So did Rouhani fall out of favor? Or you're saying there's some
Well, he is kind of out of favor now because he was more moderate than this most recent regime. But the point is that if you look, this is something almost institutional, constitutional to the regime, This is a regime that rejects all of the executive powers because the division between the supreme authority as place of a supreme authority versus the presidency has problematic. Uh, it is as if there would be a supreme leader in the United States above all the three sources of power. I mean, that's the kind of a view that you can see in today's Iran. And of course, he is at the focus of all the criticism that he receives from the demonstrators in today's Iran.
So, on top of all this, recently and throughout the last several years, U.S. and Iran are in the midst of nuclear deal negotiations. This is another part of the story of Iran, is the development of nuclear weapons, the nuclear program. They're looking to restore the nuclear deal known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA. What is the history, the present, and the future of these negotiations over nuclear weapons? What is interesting to you in this full context from the 16th century of the messianic journey? What's interesting to you here?
You can argue that for a long time, even under the Shah, but much more expressively and decisively under the Islamic Republic, there was a determination to have a nuclear power or nuclear weapon, in a sense. I think the bottom line of all the negotiations, everything else, is that Iran of the Islamic Republic had the tendency of having its own nuclear weapon. The reason for that is that Iran was subject of nearly 9 years, 8.5 years of Iran-Iraq war, when not only Iran faced an aggressor, Iraq, that actually attacked Iran at a very critical time at the very beginning of the Iranian Revolution, but the fact that Iran felt kind of helpless in the course of this war and has to make great sacrifices, actually, which supported the Islamic regime, consolidated the Islamic regime because of this war. And most of the time, the support of the United States was behind Iraq vis-a-vis Iran. And Iran felt that it's been isolated and has to protect itself. So there is some argument for having a nuclear capabilities. But in reality, this has resulted in a completely mindless, crazy, wasteful attempt on the side of the Iranian regime to try to develop a nuclear power. And therefore, the rest of the world, particularly in this region, were very worried that if Iran would get access to a nuclear weapon, then the entire region of the Persian Gulf might, particularly Saudi Arabia, possibly Turkey, possibly Egypt, all of them may require, may demand to have also nuclear weapons, given the fact that Pakistan and India has already have it. So there was a determined attempt, as you might know, on the side of the Western communities, or now gradually world communities, to try to, as much as possible, to control Iran from getting access to a nuclear capability, or actually limit Iran's nuclear capabilities to what was defined usually in a euphemism as a peaceful fashion. Okay. That being said, there was also Israel, which viewed the Islamic Republic as an arch enemy. And some of it might be due to the Israelis' own exaggeration of Iran's threat. And some of it is because Iran has developed a fairly strong military, as we see today. And as such, this attempt to try to prevent Iran from ever getting access to nuclear uh, weapon, which resulted, as you might know, in this massive sanctions that were imposed upon Iran ever since the beginning of the revolution in 1979, and of course more intensively since 2015, 2016, even prior to that, probably a little bit earlier. This agreement, the nuclear agreement, was supposed to control or monitor Iranian nuclear industry or nuclear uh, setup in exchange for removing the sanctions. But this never worked, in a matter of fact, in a very successful, satisfactory way for the Iranians or for the Americans, particularly under Trump administration, which I think foolishly decided to scrap the agreement that was reached under President Obama. Like many other policies that was implemented under the Trump administration, this created a major problem. That is how to, under Biden, how to try to come up with a new nuclear agreement with Iran. In this process, since 2016,
that is so fucking
where
funny.
the United States withdrew from the agreement, Iran felt comfortable to try to go and do whatever they want without any kind of being monitored by the international community. And that's the situation now. We don't know whether Iran is really sincere under the present regime to negotiate a deal. We don't know that the United States is willing to do so. And it seems that now what is happening in terms of the protests in the Iranian streets makes it even harder in public eye to try to negotiate a deal with Iran. Because that means, in the minds of many, and with some justification, that if the nuclear agreement would result in the removal of many of these sanctions, millions, billions, as the result of the removal of the sanctions and Iran's ability to sell its oil in the international market without any restrictions, means that the Iranian government is going to become even more powerful, more financially secure in order to suppress its own people. So that's the agreement that goes against coming to terms with Iran. But the problem is that there is no clear alternative. Even I'm not particularly personally favorable for this agreement to be ratified. But the alternative is very difficult. There's no way to try to see what can be done.
Geopolitics where every alternative is terrible. Let me ask you about one of the most complex geopolitical situations in history. One aspect of it is the Cold War between Iran and Israel. The bigger picture of it is sometimes referred to as Israel-Palestine conflict. What are all the parties, nations involved? What are the interests that are involved?
Bam, 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 bam. Bidi-bidi-bidi, bam, bam, bidi-bidi-bidi, bam, bam, bam. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba. Beep-a-dee-doo, dee-doo-doo-doo. Yo, dog. Bum, 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 bum. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Bum, ba, na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Ba, ba, da, da, da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba, ba, wee-dee-wee-dee-wee. Ba, na, ba, 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 na. Yo, give me all the Cosby things. No, I want them all. Okay, season 1. Yo, it's called The Cosby Show. And it's season 1. Dog. WTF. What is this bullshit? Bum, 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 do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Na, na, na. Da, da, na, 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 na. Da, da, na, na, na. Bidi-bidi-bidi-da-da-da, wee-bidi-bidi, ba-na-na, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. I think this goes so hard. Really? No, just when she does that fucking accent. Oh, you're so.
Yeah, thanks, Giants. Suck it. That wasn't very Merry Christmas. All right, Merry.
Okay, how many of these do we have? She has a whole fucking season.
We're out here in Philadelphia freezing our balls, so I'm trying to figure out.
I love this one.
You're making such massive profits in syndication. Profits of $3 to $4 million per show. And into infinity. And you don't want to give us everything. Okay. In order for us to feel good about doing this show, I want to leave the most successful half hour in the history of television, knowing that I never have to work for it. That is what I require. But you can't have my services. So knowing what all the revenues were, what we would have made had they given us the syndication, what everybody was making up front, we said, we tried to figure out what percentage of the successful of the show were the three of us. And we came up with Jerry, Larry, the writers, us, and everything else. The wonderful guest players, all the other stuff. There was 1/5 of that formula. We said, here's the number, $1 million an episode. And when you budget that number They should have done, which was laughed at. I also knew that
Dog, how do I do this? I guess it's just live. Just do it and just talk about it. What's up, sluts? Did you guys know that Mark Zuckerberg sucks absolute cock? Call it hate speech. You suck cock. You suck. Your wife should have divorced you long ago. You can't even throw a disco party correctly. You can't even get it on video. Anyway, there's this thing called The Cosby Show, which I don't know why people still don't fucking love it, but it is the best fucking, it's not the best, but maybe it's up there with the best fucking shows of all time, including Seinfeld and Sex and the City and The Sopranos. Oh, what is this shit? They fucking got me. Zuckerberg. Are you serious? I can't even cuss? Zuckerberg. Like, all I have to do... Oh, man, I can't even... This is awful. Duh. I just wanted to talk about The Cosby Show. And Zuckerberg's over here like, no, you can't talk about The Cosby Show. I don't understand what in the absolute F is going on. I just want to talk about The Cosby Show. Anyway, let's watch all The Cosby Show themes. Theme, Cosby Show. Why? Why not? I want all of them. All the themes. Okay, kids, The Cosby Show was filmed in front of a live studio audience. Everybody knows that. What did you like about it? Oh, it's just hilarious. Just a family. Family shows are cool. Anyway, before this thing ends up not working, here's The Cosby Show theme song. I think this was taken at Balboa Park. Really? Yeah, what is this? This isn't the... It has a different start, doesn't it? There you go. See? This guy was an OBGYN and he drove a van. Seriously, look at this. It's like an Ecoline. People live in these things now. What kind of van is that? It's important. Let's go to ChatGPT for this one. Yo, dog, what kind of van did the Huxtables have in season 1 credits of The Cosby Show? It's a 1984 Chrysler Voyager. Nice taste. Anyway. That's tight. So, the Chrysler Voyager, which I think maybe became... Well, wasn't it the Plymouth Voyager? Yo, dog, was it the Chrysler Voyager or the Plymouth Voyager? It was actually the Plymouth Voyager. Was the name when Chrysler first introduced the minivan in 1984. Later in the 2000s, Chrysler dropped the Plymouth brand, so they had the Plymouth Voyager. Super good taste. Anyway, so this guy was a bit OBGYN in the show. Yeah, that was important. Plymouth Voyager. OBGYN. Anyway, Felicia Rashad. She wasn't even Felicia Rashad yet. She will always be in our hearts, Felicia Rashad. She was Felicia Ayers Allen, which is tight. I don't think she was related to Marcus Allen, but she was married to why can't I say his name? Felicia Rashad and Ahmad Rashad. Oh, the way he proposed, it's a whole thing. Anyway, you got Tempest Bledsoe and Sandra comes in a weird way. Like, she's not in the original one. She's just like, where did you come? Anyway, you had okay, what's this one? This one's okay. Felicia Ayers Allen, they didn't change it yet. Who's that? That's Sabrina LaBeouf. Who's that? That's the fucking one's mom. Lisa Bonet. Your daughter's a thing. Anyway, Malcolm Jamal Warner. First way I ever learned about dyslexia. Tempest Bledsoe, you're a thing. And you weren't a thing here, Keisha Knight Pulliam, but you would become a thing. And you're older than I am, so I'm yeah. Anyway, Carmen Finestra, that was a thing. That was just always on here. Like, when's Carmen Finestra coming up? No. Oh, no. Yeah, this one was like, Bill, what's going on, dog? How did we go from like jazzy to, okay, I'm cool with this. What is it? We salmon? What is this? Anyway, you need to understand, this is important television history. And if you're like, oh, now, what about this and this and this? Dog, I don't care. I separate the art from the artist. Not to say I don't care, but I separate the art from the artist. Why? If not, we would be watching, I don't know, Little House on the Prairie, and I'm sure they did something wrong. Anyway, Michael Landon, I'm sure he did something wrong. So, unless you want to just watch that all the time, I love The Cosby Show so much. Oh, this is my favorite one. Really? Or Paul Theater one. This is fucking my boy. Shout out to Diamond. Yeah, Diamond. Their cousin is... Come on. Get his name. Don't worry, be happy. Bobby McFerrin. I love that one. This one was like, dog, what are you doing? I'm not saying I don't, it's not like fun. I mean, like, literally the Cosby Show could do the people from the Cosby Show could do just about anything. Let's be careful there. Bill Cosby did write a book called Fatherhood, which I remember learning that I would really be oh man, Bill Cosby's like the best person ever. And I remember my parents would be like, they're hiding their death. Like, well, you spent some time in some places you would not, you don't think are appropriate for children. Bill Cosby. Anyway, well, later did I find out. I love this one. I love the way they dress in this one. I love his little tie. This one's got Raven Simone. She goes like this. I love that. Yeah, get down, girl. I like her pants. White pants. I like how she dances too. She does a really good job of it. Was Bill Cosby the first black person you ever saw on TV? It is definitely the first show that I watched a lot. The best I remember asking my mom what that means. And then anyway, I would like I remember my grandparents would laugh at it and my family would laugh at this is the best elevator music I ever heard. And I'd be like, what does that mean? I was like 5. And well, yeah, pretty close. And I don't know, maybe 6 or 7, but not very old. Maybe 8. Probably not that old though. And they'd be like, "Oh, you understand it when you're older." And I thought, "Oh, what is?" They would just tell me that, like, "No, tell me what it means." Like, "No, the show's starting. We don't have to get into like the history of the elevator." Anyway, those were great themes, and then there's this last theme, which is kind of like the last season. Which, no offense, they brought in cousin Pam. It's just like. Cosby Show was such an amazing show. Such an amazing show. This is the best elevator music I ever heard. Now I get it. So what does that mean? Some kid's going to be like, I don't understand what that means. Well, back in the day, they used to play music in elevators to just make the time go by faster. And so he's making a joke like that song was the best elevator music that he had ever heard. But I didn't know that at whatever age I was. And I would always ask, what does that mean? And like literally the show would start like right thereafter. Nobody wants to explain a joke right when a television show's going to start. That was my thing. I would always ask with any joke. And I would keep it in my mind if I understood it or not. Why I didn't understand it. Then I'd start to learn that there were adult jokes. And then, okay, those don't really make sense. Then they would start to make sense and they'd be hilarious. Anyway. Cousin Pam. I think he did a good job. I don't think anybody could have revolutionized this show. Dude, the first few seasons of this show are so good. But you got all these funny people. Cockroach. Oh, it's just hilarious. Why don't you like this version? It's okay. It's not like the worst. I know why I didn't like it. Because you didn't have all the characters. I think Keisha Knight Podium is one of the most beautiful women on earth. Really? At one time, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it recently, and I'm not going to go looking for it, but I think she's really pretty. What about Tempest Bloodstone? Ditto, baby. She's pretty too. But there was this time where, I know what it was, where the Cosby Show had not been on for. Well, the Cosby Show, I don't know, ended in the mid-90s, early mid-90s, and then the Cosby Show just hadn't been on, and then all of a sudden she did some show, and he's like, damn, Rudy grew up. I can't believe I said I think she's one of the most beautiful women of all time, but I don't think she gets enough credit. I think she's a very pretty lady. All right. Is that the end of your fucking Cosby Show stories? Fuck no. We could go into all the things with a night and day, all that shit. It's the best. Oh man. Gordon Gartrell. Burgers. You don't even know what burgers are. What's a burger? A hot chick? Or just eating them. All right. Burgers. Yeah. Anything else? No. I mean, it's just an amazing show. If you haven't seen every fucking Cosby Show of all time, go watch it. All right, are you done with the Cosby Show? I would watch all of the ones that have music, but I'll get banned because I can't even say why I'll get banned because then it won't even save this. It's the worst. This is the worst. You're fired. Go fuck. I can't even say that. You're fired. Go F yourself. I gotta take a dump. Cosby. Dog, it didn't even fucking save. Share, dog. What no? What is this horseshit? Well, did that fucking record? This is the worst. Zuckerberg. New reel. Share. I bet Zuckerberg didn't watch the Cosby Show. He's too busy sitting on his fucking thumb. Oh, man, don't Cosby. Oh man, I gotta. Oh man. Ooh, oh man, this is gonna be a Giambi Jeter Giambi. I can tell when this one's crushed. Why? Because it's more than the other. Yo, dog, is this shit gonna post? It's just the worst.
This guy was an OBGYN. He drove a van. Seriously, look at this. It's like an Equalizer. People live in these things now. What kind of van is that? Yo, dog, what kind of van is a hospital cat? He's in the one. Credit. Yo, dog, was it the Frenchman Voyager or the Plymouth Voyager? That's just what's the name of the Frenchman version? Later, this because the Frenchman throughout the whole network. Anyway, Alicia Rashad, she wasn't even Alicia Rashad yet. She will always be known as Alicia Rashad. Alicia Ayers Allen, which is I don't think she was really Alicia Rashad, but she was married to Alicia Rashad and Ahmad Rashad. Oh, the way he promoted the whole thing. Anyway, you got Essence Bledsoe and this and this and this. I don't care. I separate the art from art. Not to say I don't care, but I separate art from art. Why? If not, we would be watching, I don't know, Little House on the Prairie, and I'm sure they did something wrong. Anyway, Michael Landon, I'm sure he did something wrong. So, unless you would have just watched that all the time, well, this is my favorite. Right? What's all favorite? This is a boy. Shout out to Diamond. Her cousin is on. Not even there. This one was like, dog, what are you doing? I'm not saying I don't, it's not like, I mean, like, the Cosby Show, this, any of the people from the Cosby Show could do just about anything. Bill Cosby did write a book called Rich. I would really be really, oh man, he's like the best person ever. Yeah, it's the best ever. Anyway, little later did I find out. I love this one. I love the way they dress in this one. I love his little tie. This one's got Raven Simone. She goes like this. I love that. Yeah, get down, bro. I like her pants. White pants. I like how she dances, so she did a really good job. But Bill Cosby, the first one, this is definitely the show that I watch a lot. Best element, I remember asking my mom what that means. And then anyway, like show start right there after. Nobody wants to play the show right when it opens. That's what I think. Vintage Joe. And I'm thinking of my life. Life's another story. And it's been since I let go. The next time. Anyway, cousin Pam. I think you did a good job. I don't think anybody's been better. Cockroach. Why don't you like this version? It's okay. It's not like the worst. Like literally, the show start like right there after. Nobody wants to explain the joke right when it opens. That's what I think. Vintage joke. And I keep it in my mind. Anyway, I think you did a good job. I don't think anybody could help. Yeah, all these funny cockroach. Why don't you like this version? It's okay. It's not like the worst.
My name is Kenny. Bud. But I call him Bud.
I know why they like it. Because you didn't have all the characters. I think Keisha and I totally think we're supposed to. Really? Yeah. I haven't seen it recently. I'm not going to go look at it. What about this one? Yeah, baby. She's pretty too. But there was this time where the Cosby Show had happened, or the Cosby Show had happened. Yeah. And Cosby Show had happened. And then all of a sudden she did some show. Yeah. I can't believe I said all the things all that shit is so bad. Burgers, you don't even know what burgers are. What's a burger? Hot chicken. Alright. Burgers, yeah. Right, this is stuff. I would watch all of the ones that have music without getting banned. I can't even say why I get banned. Because Ben won't even say why. This is the worst. Bye. Go fuck. Bye. Go F yourself. I'm in my room. I'm in my
I'm recording my ties. I'm recording my ties. Welcome, welcome. Look who it is. How you doing, Sophia?
I'm doing good. I just woke up.
Excellent. Glad that you're here. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Just been busy all this time of year for these family gatherings and work parties and stuff. So
Excellent. How have they been?
it's been good.
Very well. Well,
I
we've
had,
missed you.
Like a jury duty study on Monday or Tuesday, and that has exhausted me.
Okay, so a jury duty study. What is that in some? What is that? What is that?
There was a whole bunch of us. It was like 72 people,
Okay.
and over 2 days they helped one lawyer give us both sides of this big trial, like millions of dollars worth of money in this trial. And then after 2 days, they split us into 6 or whatever mock juries, so
Yes.
12, groups of 12. And we had to come to an agreement as a jury on a few questions there.
And how did it go?
It was really fun pretending to be all serious and stuff. But man, my brain was just so full of garbage after that. All this trial information.
Right. And was it a civil case or a criminal case?
I guess it was a civil case. It was just between 2 businesses. It was
Yeah.
like
Okay. And did you find in favor of one of them?
I did, yeah. And it was actually, our jury was really split, so we didn't even come to a verdict.
Oh, really?
But
Okay.
that's fine because it was just I guess they were just studying. They wanted to see if you remember from the trial, so we took notes, but other than that, we weren't allowed to go back and rehear anything.
Very interesting. Now, was this something that you got on the mail, just like a normal jury summons, or?
No, I heard about it online. My mom showed it to me,
Oh, okay.
and it's like a paid study, so that's why it's
Very interesting. Well, excellent. I've been on a jury, and it's not easy, and it is.
How many days were you there?
That's a good question. I was 18 when I did it. I was the foreperson of the jury, actually. So, I want to say it was 3 days. Yeah, and it was a criminal case, and I recall. I mean, really, what happened was, a guy had a house, and he invited someone over who may or may not have had cocaine in their panties, and they were doing a sting on the guy's house at the same time, and they came in and busted in, and basically they found the guy in his bathroom, like in the middle of allegedly flushing a toilet with cocaine going down it. And so he made his reasoning was that the prostitute went to the bathroom and had the cocaine in her panties, and it went in the toilet. And it was kind of one of those situations where it was the police word versus the guy's word. And at 18 years old, I really thought he was guilty. And I think other people thought he was guilty as well. But there were some people who were very adamant that if we had reasonable doubt, and there's reasonable doubt in the fact that somebody else had said it, and so we found him not guilty. And I remember reading the verdict to him. Being 18, he saw this young person probably who he was not thinking that we had that much in common, but I certainly empathized with him. And when I read not guilty, I'll never forget his face, how happy he was. And it's really sad though that they were really, at the time, I remember just seemingly trying to get this guy. Anyway, being on a jury is not easy, and if you're ever called to do it in a real court, you'll find it can get really, really tough, especially if you have children involved and a bunch of other things. So, well, I'm glad. Did you enjoy the? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did enjoy it. I would do it again if I could. Maybe with a lot of rest before the
Absolutely.
Yeah, and this was different too, since it wasn't a criminal case. It wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt. It was I can't remember what they called it, but it was like a 50-50. Like if you have it, because it's up to the accuser. What is it? The accuser to show the plaintiff has to show proof. The proof of burden lies on the accuser or whatever. I can't remember what it's called, but as long as you pretty much 50% thought that the defense might be telling the truth, then you would see in their favor.
Right. And it was between corporations, which is kind of an interesting thing too.
Oh man, and it was so exhausting because all it is just two people telling two different sides of the same story, and as if it's the 100% truth, and it's just who do you believe? That's really stressful.
Right. When I was in high school, I also did something very similar to what you did at a law school, and well, it ended up to court where we had civil trials and criminal trials, and you would be like a mock jury basically, and it's very interesting the difference of the burden of proof in a criminal trial versus a civil trial. You would think that they'd be the same, like no, they are not. They're quite different, and also it's interesting. Like I know in one of them, I recall like it was someone. It was like a big insurance company suing someone else, and it was like one thing they couldn't let the jury know or let us know is that the um, the insurance company is going to pay for it. It's like basically, like they have very deep pockets, but they don't want you to know that, and so you have to treat everybody as fairly as possible. But I would think that like a lot of people, if they found out, oh, this, I mean, most people know insurance companies are very, well protected against these things and have very deep pockets. But nevertheless, I remember that was something that they made very clear to us, or perhaps they didn't want to make clear to us is how I should have phrased that they don't want people to know how, like the other side of like that the individual's not going to have to pay for it, that insurance is going to pay for it. So I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Would you do it again?
Yeah, I would.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, things here have picked up some steam. Um, nothing crazy. Well, firstly, let me tell you, I've missed you, and I've thought to send you messages, but I thought this happened the other day. I thought I'm gonna give it one more week. I really did. This was like 3 days ago or something. I'm like, I'm gonna send her a message and just hope everything's going well. But I thought I'll give it a week, and if I still haven't heard from her in a week, then I'll do it. So you've been on my mind, and especially because I went through a period of time. Well, you in your own way inspired me when I was doing my karaoke, and I didn't really have confidence to be able to sing just with real people here, and I started doing that, and then I started doing it in different discords, and I'm in some karaoke discords now, and I don't want to say I sing every night, but I sing a lot of nights, and I'm getting better well known there, which is it's not. Look, I'm not a singer. I'm not going to be someone who's known for singing. I'm the world's most famous live streamer, or I shouldn't say world's most famous, perhaps one day, but world's foremost live streamer. Yeah, exactly. I have more data than anyone, which is really what I feel is important. And so I went through this period where, I run into issues when I do karaoke because of copyright infringement, and they'll just stop your video. I mean, YouTube will just stop your video immediately, or they'll take your videos down. or just because you played one song. I know I did a 3.5 hour concert not too long ago, within the last month, and just because I played one song that was owned by someone else, you don't get any access to the video. Now, fortunate for me, I've got all these other devices, and I had like a device here, so it was no big deal. And I was double streaming on this one, I was multi-streaming, so I got it perfectly the way that I wanted, because YouTube has better AI to understand um, music much more than like some of the newer ones like Kick and Rumble. They don't have that that type of capability. So um, with that, I've been doing a lot of singing on um, Discord, in a Discord known as the Camp, which is got like 200,000 people in it. And um, I didn't know this, but when I first joined it, but it's like a um, Filipino people. A lot of Filipino people like karaoke, and so they have a section of their Discord that's dedicated to karaoke. And so I go in there and I sing, and I try to be as positive as possible, and as nice as I can be, and all these other good things. Um, yeah. When it comes to this Discord, my Discord, it's been growing slowly but surely. I run into people who it's difficult because I am so open with my life, and they want to come in here. Like last night, um, I'll just get trolls. There's people who come in and yell the N word for 5 minutes as long as they want or whatever. And I don't want to have to ban anyone, but if you're doing that, that's really not being productive. Exactly. And the people who would really get me is I used to leave the sound on, or so that I could hear it in the middle of the night, and they would play um, chainsaws, and oh man, that was really loud. Yeah, so I mean, that people get their kicks out of that, which hey, to each their own, that's fine. And then I get people who it's like a new breed of people, not breed, but like a new kind of like troll who they like to um, call pizzas to your house or swat you or like get your car towed. Like all of these, like I don't. That's just not cool in my book. So while I am out there and people, can find me, I do my best to try to avoid those kind of people. Like one guy last night was with another guy, and they were talking about how much they enjoy doing these kinds of things. And I explained to them, look, you're live on YouTube right now. I don't know if you want to be saying these things. And on top of that, I'm telling you from my standpoint, I'm a very positive person. I do my best to be around positive people and keep optimistic trains of thought. And really, you're just being negative. And these are people who you don't know. Basically, you're anonymous, and you're like able to do these things to them, and you get kicks out of it. I just don't think that's cool. And I was able. One of them left after I said that, but the other one stayed for hours afterward, and we talked about futurology and futurism for like several hours. We started watching documentaries, and really, like, I felt like I don't want to say I changed that person by any means, but showed them that look, if you're going to be in here, I want you to add something to the conversation. I don't want you to bring things down and all these other things. And so I hope I've met him before, and he's a really nice guy. I just think that he kind of felt that way. So we've got our friend Cannon Torch. We've had some people in here who are more regulars. Cannon Torch comes in quite often. I have another friend of mine from Poland. She's a streamer, and she has been spending a lot of time in here. Nobody spends more time in here thus far than Caspian Sea, but I have a friend, Afirmasha, who's been spending like 24 hours in here, and she's been doing that for the past couple weeks. And so while we're still new friends, that's been good. Now she speaks English pretty well, but I do have a translator. It's a universal translator. This is called a Pocket Talk, but basically it allows me to speak with anyone in any language, essentially instantaneously. So it's like Google Translate, but just it's easier. And then
Natychmiast, więc jest to jak tłumacz Google, tylko że jest prostsze.
And it's pretty accurate. So I'm able to talk that way. And if she has anything that is really difficult to convey. She sometimes will use Google Translate, but aside from that, that's been good. Um, when it comes to Discords, my biggest issue with Discord is I get kicked out of them, and I get kicked out of them for the big reason is advertising bot, because I have figured out this way. If you have a bunch of different devices, you can be in multiple Discords at once. But I haven't let that get to me. I um so like if they kick me out, I make my appeal and I explain I'm not a bot. I'm literally on camera. You can talk to me whenever you want, etc.,
Yeah, you're
etc.
not a bot.
Exactly. But nevertheless, they'll look at my profile and they'll see I have just tons of links, and it's like, well,
Right.
Discord lets me do that, so blame Discord. Don't blame me.
Hey, you're allowed to promote your own social media.
Exactly. Well, you would think, but some consider it self promotion. Others consider it advertising. In my opinion, it's like hate. Don't hate the player, hate the game. If you don't like what I'm doing, then complain to Discord the fact that they allow you to put all these links. Don't hate me for utilizing them. And I would say that it's hit and miss with some of the. Now I get people who are so mean to me, and when I say so mean, like, oh, just they'll use every cuss word at me and just whatever. Like I'll just be like, I'll go be above and beyond, try to be nice. I'll go into a Discord server and I'll be like, I hope everybody has a really good day today, and people are just like, kill yourself, or
Yeah, you're really nice.
thank you, I
I don't.
appreciate
I, mean,
that.
I don't know why they think that you're a bot.
Yeah, I don't either. I think partially they think that I'm very polite and generally I type in a grammatically correct way, and that's kind of bot behavior, which I've gotten. People ask me all the time, "Why do you speak like a bot?" And it's like I don't. This is how normal people speak. They don't all speak in emojis and emoticons and short internet
Yeah, and
shorthand.
half slang tag.
Exactly.
Another. I also wrote something.
Exactly. There you go. Um, So I have this one Discord that I'm in. So I like Reddit, even though I have been banned. Not for anything really bad. I think like I'll get banned on Reddit because I'll create a post and I'll get excited about my post and I'll cross post it all over Reddit and I'll get banned for that. It's like, okay, I mean there's nothing wrong. Like,
Because you look like a bot again.
yeah, exactly. And so but there's this one um Discord that I've been trying to be in for like almost 3 years now, and they're always really really mean to me. And I've learned from other people who have told me, look, this is like a toxic Discord, but it's and we've all left that Discord because the people are mean. But nevertheless, I'm kind of someone who thinks that they can win over anyone, perhaps at different stages, and so I spoke with some of the moderators there, and they let me stream in there. And oh, I get such hateful things said to me, but nevertheless, I just let it, just like water off a duck's back. I just keep on trucking, and I also created a bot that whenever they kick me out of the call, it automatically brings me back in. It automatically turns on my camera, and it automatically shares my screen and puts on Bloomberg Business because it's like, oh, it's a Wall Street bets. It's a subreddit for people who are into the stock market, and these are high net worth individuals, and so I feel like, hey, they have and it's not a bad server in which to be. Like I'm in some servers that it's a bunch of college kids. I was in one till just recently, the study lounge, and it's the reason why I got kicked out of study lounge is because sometimes I'd fall asleep in the call, and it's like, okay, I mean, is that the worst thing in the world that someone fell asleep and, oh, well, we warned you not to sleep in the call? It's like, oh, eventually if somebody's using your Discord enough, they will fall asleep. um but those individuals are like 18 to 23-year-old students who are very focused on their finals. They don't care about promoting anybody else. But Wall Street bets are guys who like take risks and know that data is important. And so I've just kind of been posted up there. And I was doing something. I was singing concerts in another Discord in the camp every night. Well, I should say every night, but I've had to go by Philippines time, so I know that they're like 16 hours ahead of me, and so usually about this time is when they have more and more people in this karaoke club, and so I've been utilizing. I don't want to say utilizing, but like making friends there. But um, you know, and the more and more people I get in here, the better. I mean, especially the more people who tell their friends and do all these other things. I have I've done something else too. Um, I kind of I would say like unified all of my streams to some extent. So if you, I'll just show you what happened. If you type in Rabbi, well, here's the thing that hurts me more than anything is I'm essentially shadow banned on YouTube. It's not anything that I've done wrong necessarily, but it's just there are some things that are more popular than I am when it comes to when you type my name picture that I show up first. Finally, I'm finally starting to make
When
some
I
moves.
type in
Go ahead.
when I type in Rabbi space, and this is on YouTube that I haven't searched your name for. Rabbi space R-O.
R-O.
The first option and the second option are Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild Live.
Yes, because so many people have had to work on other ways to be able to find me because there are other videos that show up before mine. I mean, I've had many different YouTube accounts and they get banned for whatever reason. And they're really, I think, innocent reasons. Like, I will just have the radio on and they'll have bumper music, and the bumper music will give me a copyright strike. Or I'll be watching Joe Rogan and he'll say something about like anything medical related, and I'll get a medical strike. It's like stuff that I'm not even doing that I don't really even know how to prevent. I've gotten every kind of strike I think possible. I've got spam strikes. I've gotten medical misinformation strikes. I mean, I don't purport to be a doctor, and I don't give medical advice to people, but nevertheless, because Joe Rogan said it, or he had a guest on that said I'll get a strike because of that. But I kind of just started to break through, and so I've got this. If you type in Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and you filter by live, that's the key. Is filtering by live, and I even have that in my profile, my main profile. You'll see I've got 1 live here, 2 lives here, 3 lives here, 4 lives here, 5 lives here, 6 lives here, 7 lives here, 8 lives here, 9 lives here, 10 lives here. Nobody else on earth has 10 simultaneous YouTube streams going. It's unheard of. No one has more than one. So when people start to see that, they're like, what is this? And so I can tell on the amount of people who are watching my streams is going up a lot more than it did once I've unified all of these. And that's very positive for me because I know in the end that my bread and butter, so to speak, is YouTube. And that's where people are going to watch me, and for the long term, that's where I have the most amount of content. So I think that's very good.
Rabbi,
Go ahead.
your YouTube
Oh,
username.
I know what you're gonna say. Yeah, I know. Well, so I got very frustrated. Because they keep taking down my like, I have Viral Rabbi and Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild 1 and Rabbi Rothschild 007, and they kept taking them down. And I wanted one that was just bonkers. So yeah, Rabbi Rothschild eats pussy. That's probably the one you're referencing. And it did exactly what I wanted it to do.
So unserious.
Exactly. But when you see what I've been through, I mean, firstly, it's true, but secondly, it's I would say memorable. It's like, okay, wait, what is this? Who is this? How are you even allowed to have that as a name? And then I have many that are backup accounts. So they're like backup video archive 001. There she is.
I don't know why.
You're okay. I have many that are like backup accounts. So backup video archive 004, backup video archive. And it's like, why do you have all these backup ones? And it's if they ever go after all my Rabbi Rothschild accounts and just I don't know, the people at Google are just like just get rid of everything Rabbi Rothschild related. I have these backup accounts that are just thrown throughout the internet to basically be a backup to everything. And I even have like, have you seen my ceiling cam? I have a ceiling cam.
I haven't seen this one.
I have a ceiling cam, so you can watch me from above. And as you can tell, it doesn't have too much of a delay. But yeah, I've been my positivity continues to grow, especially when I see how many people watch my streams. I mean, I have some of these streams where it's 0 people watching. That's been the name of the game for a long time, but I get some where it's dozens of people are watching for like hours, for like long periods of time, and that's definitely very positive to me. Um, so, what was I doing today? Well, I've been up all night. My days and nights are pretty mixed. But I love television, like especially like I don't know, I love all television actually, but I love also television theme songs, and so I was just doing commentary on television theme songs, and I I was I was thinking I might sing some because some are more fun than others, um, and I mean I'm trying to think of what else I've been doing that. It hasn't been that long since we've seen each other. Um, I mean, I deal with a lot of technical issues, but overall, I've been able to work through those, and I think you can tell I'm in positive spirits and quite happy with the growth that we've seen, even though it hasn't been extremely large. Um, it's improving, and then I get these random bursts of people who come in here, and that's always entertaining to me. So I'll get like 4, 5, 6, 7 people who come in, they tell their friends, etc., etc., and in some interesting places. Australia is a big place for people to be fans of mine, and of course, the United States. I get some people from Germany, some people from Israel, and some people from um, Canada. Um, so I do have kind of like some fan base areas, and yeah, I would say things aren't exactly where I want them to be in terms of hey, I've blown up and we're solving all the world's issues, but on the one hand, but on the other hand, we've seen slow growth, and that's always good. I mean, my biggest fears are that at a certain point I won't be able to afford to do this, or I mean, if that happens, then I just have to get another remote job and work. And I did that this summer when I needed more money, and but like the internet goes out, or power can go out, or there are all kinds of things that can happen that I just do my best to avoid, and just keep the good times rolling, as they say. So yeah, that's what's new in my
I
neck of the
definitely
woods.
don't want to see you go anywhere.
I don't want to go anywhere either. Well, I shouldn't say that. When I go viral, I want to travel the world and do all the cool things in the world. But until then, yeah. So what's new in your neck of the woods aside from um, the jury things? Are things good at work? Things good in your personal life?
Yeah, things are good at work. I went to see a movie last night.
What did you see?
We saw Wicked.
How was it?
It was really good. That's the first musical I ever remember seeing. It was with my mom, alive on stage, obviously, and it was incredible. And so I'm really happy I got to go see the movie.
Excellent, excellent. That's amazing. I've only heard good things, so that's good. Did Ariana Grande do well? Did Ariana Grande do well?
Yeah, I think she really did, and I think she deserved that role because she's always been a big role.
Excellent.
Um,
Are you a Wizard of Oz
today,
fan?
I'm making,
Go ahead.
yeah, I guess so.
You were saying today you're making.
Today I'm making a loaf of bread for a Christmas party. My aunt's Christmas party.
Very fun. What kind of bread?
It's gonna be milk and honey bread.
Oh, beautiful. Well, that sounds
You might
delicious.
appreciate this. I call my milk and honey bread Jerusalem bread.
Beautiful. I do appreciate that. That's wonderful. And your aunt is hosting. Yeah, of course. So your aunt is hosting a party. You're gonna come with your bread, and are other family members going to be there? Is it a big party?
I didn't feel it would be a big party.
Very cool.
And my bread is gonna be a gift.
Okay, so it's not for people to eat there. It's a gift for your aunt.
No, yeah, I got some strawberry jam, and I also have blueberry jam.
Excellent.
So I was gonna, have a loaf of bread, wrapped up in cute, and a little jam thing, maybe some whipped butter inside or something. I just thought it would be cute. And we do this thing where everybody brings a gift, and we basically pick them blindly.
Very well. I saw this in. Well, did I see this in The Office? I think they do this kind of a thing. Or no, they do a
A secret Santa.
yeah, they do a play on that. Okay, so this one's like a blind gift exchange, correct?
Yeah, there's that secret. Everybody draws a name, and then you have to get a gift for that one person that you draw.
Okay.
But in this game, it's like called White Elephant or
Okay.
Dirty Santa.
Yeah, Yankee Swap they call it.
Everyone has a different name.
Yeah,
Yeah. So that's basically what it is.
yeah. I learned those from The Office. I love The Office.
Yeah, I remember now. I remember that The Office they turned it into Yankee Swap.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah. Are you an Office fan?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, I'm pretty diehard.
I also like Parks and Rec.
I do too, girl. Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about it. Who's your favorite character in Office?
I love the PM and Jim. Oh no, but it's Dwight. Dwight's my favorite character.
Okay. How about on Parks and Rec?
Leslie is my favorite.
Oh, is she good for you?
Leslie and April.
Okay, excellent. I love John Ralphio. He's
No.
oh, he's amazing. He's amazing.
He's the worst.
He's the worst in the world. Yeah, and his sister Mona Lisa Saperstein. No, I love that. Oh, he does. He's terrible. That's why I love him so much. I mean, he's just so outrageous of a character. Like when I first watched it, I was like, this guy sucks. But he grew on me to the point where he sucks so much that I actually embrace him. And yeah, I mean, I love everyone on that show, except for probably Mark. Except for Mark Brandanowitz, probably. No offense to that guy, but I was even just reading something about him recently. Okay, so do you remember the last season of that show of Parks and Rec?
Which one?
Of Parks and Rec,
Yes.
where it's like all futuristic. You know, they have those cell phones that like.
President.
Yeah, exactly. I just like the technology that they have, where like they have cell phones that like are like holographic and things. I just think that's super cool. Oh, I love Andy. Andy's hilarious. I don't know how people.
Yeah, Andy's good.
I like Rob Lowe's character. I think he's, literally one of
Yes, literally
Yes.
the best.
exactly. Because I've known people
My
like
body is a
that.
microchip.
Yeah, I've known people like that. I've been like that in times in my life. So yeah,
I
exactly.
wanna be him.
Yeah. I think that like scientists have said that the first person to live over age 150 perhaps already has been born, and I believe I am that person, something along those lines. And
Yeah.
I love that. I love Ron Swanson in that show. I don't know how people couldn't love his character. I think he did. Oh, you know who I really love is what is her name? Tammy. I love Tammy. Tammy, who's his real life wife,
Oh,
Megan Mullally
yes.
or Mullally.
Tina Fey.
No, Megan Mullally. Her name is Megan
Yeah.
Mullally.
She voices Gail in Bob's Burgers, and I love her.
Okay. Yeah, she was on Will and Grace, if you remember that show.
Yeah.
Um,
I get her and Tina Fey confused. I think they look alike.
very easy to do. Yeah, and plus Tina Fey was on 30 Rock, which is like a similar around the same time with The Office and everything. Okay, this is a big question amongst like pretty diehard Parks and Rec people. Do you like season one?
Yeah.
I do
I think
too.
so.
I do too. But there are some
I think
people.
it's charming.
I do too. There are people who I've heard say start on season two. I'm like, why would you do that? Start at the beginning. Yeah.
Okay, I would say those are probably the Office people
That
who
could be.
don't expect Parks and Rec to be so cartoony, which is part of the charm.
Right. It
It's
absolutely
not
is.
as serious as The Office.
That's correct. And I think that it's like it shows it. I don't know. There's almost more normalcy at the beginning. I feel than what ends up happening. I think the reason people may make that suggestion is because they want it to be really funny and all these other things. And also, you don't have to deal with the slowness of it. Like you don't really get into Mark Brandanowitz and all of because he doesn't really. He's in for like 2 seasons, and then they get into
Yeah.
Adam Scott um, and Rob Lowe's
It's just her
characters.
doing her job and the town sucking, I guess.
Exactly, but that's what I really love about it. Where like I mean, like the first episode, yeah, the first episode, and the pit and all of that. Like you wouldn't even know about the pit. I really like that song. I feel in the pit. I love that song. And then there's like Little Sebastian, and like everybody just goes crazy for Little Sebastian.
All of his songs are incredible.
Yeah, 10,000. What is it?
10,000
Goes in the wind. Yeah, and all of those songs are really good. I have taken pictures outside. So, Pawnee its city hall is Pasadena City Hall, and so I've actually taken pictures there and done I did like a little like a music video there. That's how much I like The Office. It's like I have to go to the office. I like to go to the locations of places. I've been to I'm sorry, I'm saying The Office. I mean Parks and Recreation, to their city hall. But I've been to the offices as well. That's in Van Nuys, and it's really interesting to see that it's like much different than it is in real life. But okay, anything? Oh, I've always wanted to go to the Snake Hole Lounge. I always thought that would be fun. I always wanted to try whatever that thing is called, snake juice or something like that. Snort juice. Okay, and then yeah, and then I wanted to oh what do they call it? 720. Their company. What's it called?
Oh yeah.
That one where they have that like big warehouse and they're like playing basketball and they just have people doing. I always wanted to work there. Yeah, and yeah, I really like that show. I'm trying to think. There are in any show. I was just talking about it with the Cosby Show. Not to get into that, but that every show has a certain point where either they jump the shark, if you're familiar with that term, where they do something that's just ludicrous that would never happen, or they're always trying to get new viewers, and so something strange happens. And at least in Parks and Recreation, I think they do a pretty good job of holding it together, especially when Chris Pratt had to do like he was doing movies and things. That's what ruins a lot of these shows. It happened with Ed Helms and The Office, where things go kind of crazy. But oh, I love that.
Right, and they had to make up for the fact that Andy suddenly got ripped.
Yeah, exactly. And they're just like walking up the stairs one day, and like I think it's like the first season of him after having done Guardians of the Galaxy, and they're just like, I think they play it off really well, so that it's not like a huge deal, and it's not like, why aren't you hanging out with Chris Traeger's character? Like, you guys are both really in shape now. Wouldn't you be wanting to? They don't go into that. I've always liked the way that Andy and April get married. I just always thought that was so cool. That like it's just like a house party that they were just like, hey, let's get married, man. Um, I've always liked that. I love the song they play, which is April by Simon Garfunkel. Um, what else do I love about that show? I love the town. The people in the town are just, and then they have the rivalry with Eagleton, and all the Eagleton people are all like, super professional and everything, and like how hoity-toity, yeah, exactly. How Eagleton, like, they just have like interesting things about the city with like, oh, Eagleton, you mean don't they give every person their HBO? Like, for these like premium things for just living in the
Aren't
city.
they built on a natural spring, so their hair is just naturally shiny and beautiful?
Exactly. So yeah, I love those aspects of it, and um, I've heard. Well, this didn't ever happen, but because they had, I think Greg Daniels is the creator of both of them. He there was a thought that one day they would have sent a Dunder Mifflin printer to um, the Parks and Recreation set, so that it would have been like a crossover to some extent, but they never did that. Which I still kind of think of them in the same kind of universe because they share so many different things. But then I guess Karen Filippelli and Rashida Jones's characters in both, so that doesn't necessarily work that well. Um, I think it's I think it's interesting that she dates so many different people in that she dates she dates Brandanowitz, she dates at times like Traeger, Andy. Oh yeah, of course Andy. Um, she dates Chris Traeger. That's three. She dates.
You can't count how many guys she dates in Parks and Rec because she literally goes through a dating phase.
That's
Where
right.
she's like a cowgirl now, and she's into jeans.
That's right. And I'm fine with that. But it's hard to keep up with a character who's dating like a ton of people and not many other people are dating that much. She also dates what's Aziz Ansari's name in that show? Um, oh,
Tom Haverford.
perfect. Good job, girl. She dates him, and she
Yeah, she does. Oh, and they cut us in it off.
yeah, which is
And
weird.
then they hate each other.
And then yeah, exactly. I love how he's so metrosexual, and she like is going in his apartment, and she's like, look, like matching everything, like oh, I forget, like what
That's the only reason she wanted to date him was for his furniture.
exactly. But I still think that's a cute little thing about it. Um, I'm trying to think if she dates anybody. I think that's it, but that's like all the main guy characters basically, which is kind of unique for a show, and it's. But I do like her character. She's like pretty grounded. Um, I absolutely love that scene where Andy in the first season where he's singing Litz, My Own Worst Enemy, and they're playing Guitar Hero, and April's there, and they're just like, I just love that scene. Um, and I think at least his musically, he does really well. And then all the names of his band. Um, so you've got, there's like Three Skin, formerly Foreskin, Just the Tip. There's Mouse Rat, Mouse. Yeah, they do all kinds of things. Yeah, exactly. I love all that. Okay, exactly. And then the show kind of runs away from itself, where she becomes president, which is cool, and I, I think it's important that those things are seen, but it's almost like, well, I get that she's like obsessed with some. I like that they work.
There would have been fans who would be bummed if we didn't get to see her become president.
Yes, exactly. Because it's like it just felt too forced, in my opinion. It's just like, if she's president, why not continue the series? I want to see what all that's like, but they don't really go into that. But yeah, I think overall it's just a phenomenal show, and I'm in the Parks and Rec subreddit as with the Office ones, just like super diehard fans. I love all that stuff. Um, oh, and then well, let's see if I even get his name. Jim O'Hare is his real name, but um, they always get his name wrong. Jerry or Gary. Well, they call him Jerry Gergich, and I love his family.
Yeah.
That he has this beautiful family.
Me too.
I-
It's not like the most amazing family.
Exactly, and they all love him, and he's just like that's just a beautiful, beautiful family that he has. I mean, obviously they're all very attractive people, but just how they treat him, like everybody in the office treats him like garbage, or not in the office, but in the Parks and Recreation treats him like garbage, but yet he is very much loved by his whole family, and I just think that's really good. And then they make this joke that's absolutely hilarious, where that doctor, after doing like prostate exams or something, he's like, "That is the largest penis I've ever seen." And they're like, "Oh, that's
Yes.
yes."
Yes.
And so he has that going for him, and I just
He's just the most blessed man on the planet, and he just doesn't care when people treat him like shit at work. Because he's like, haha, they don't even know.
exactly.
I'm rich in other ways.
Exactly. And I love that element of the show, that it shows that like he doesn't let it get to him and all the other things. So okay, there's Parks and Rec, which is an amazing show. Now there's The Office, the OG. Well, firstly, did you watch the British Office?
No,
Okay, have you ever seen it?
I maybe watched a few clips of it.
Okay. It is
I only watched the American version.
okay, it is very interesting that many of the jokes and the bits in the American Office are word for word from the British Office. Some things are, and I like the British Office version. I used to not, but I watched the regular Office version. I mean, it got to like times in my life where when it was on DVD, I would just watch it all the time. Or streaming, I would just literally just constantly in the background as background noises. I know a lot of people do. So once I'd seen it so many times, I would go back and watch the British version, and the British version is more serious, and there's something cool about that, I think. And I don't know, for anyone who's worked in an office, all of the little things, all of the little nuances that they get are amazing. Have you ever listened to the Office Ladies podcast?
Yes, I used to listen to that one though.
Oh, okay, perfect. Excellent. So you're familiar. It's an excellent podcast. And then you get a lot of the inside stuff. So I won't be teaching you very much, if anything, if you know all about that. Okay, so The Office. It's like, in my opinion, you know how there's like Hulu and Netflix and Peacock and all of, Paramount and all of these? In my opinion, I think that NBC should make The Office available on Peacock for free. You can just watch them all anytime, because so many people connect with them and just watch them all the time. It's almost like it becomes like part of people's lives, and they go on they'll go to they'll go to. I mean, I've visited the places where they shot the show and all kinds of other things, and people just connect to that show, unlike some other shows that I think. I mean, there are major fans of some shows, but that one in particular, and it could be perhaps just that I saw it as an adult, and I've known out, or I should say, like, I've been able to connect with like I grew up with it basically. Okay, so do you know the seasons? What's your favorite season? What's your least favorite season?
No, I don't even. I've watched it through so many times.
Okay.
I never pay attention because I just binge it every time.
Totally understand. Okay, so when I say that, I hate season 8 with Robert California. I don't like that season. What
Yeah,
What are your thoughts on Robert California?
I don't like him.
Yeah,
But I do kind of enjoy his character a little bit in a sick way.
he's really, really creepy to me, and I
He
don't.
is, yeah, but he reminds me of people like that.
Okay, if you met like neurotic people like that, or, I don't mean to label them like that, but I just
Like doing public theater. I'm thinking of a very specific man too
Okay.
that he reminds me of,
okay.
and it's just some dude that I've met.
Okay, so with that said, I love the first 5 episodes. That's season 1, where it's really like an office, like more so than it gets later on. I mean, where they're like talking about sales, and I think that it's really interesting when they
Awkward moment.
yeah, exactly. Um, and like just even from the first episode, um, like I said previously, some of the skits are word for word the same that they are in the British Office, but it's just the way that the actors portray these characters. You really you connect with them, and I very much enjoyed it. I like seasons 1, 2, and 3 the most. I would say I don't really like when Jim and Pam start to. Uh, like when they get married, that's fine. I mean, I think it's a beautiful wedding
Yeah.
ceremony and everything, but then it
It goes
starts to get
downhill.
weird. Exactly. When and they're not as honest with each other. Like, and I've seen these characters like um, be dissected from podcasts and Reddit and all these other things, but like it just seems really like super innocent how they're they find each other and everything. I just the one scene where Jim comes back from New York and Pam's just sitting there doing one of those things. I forget what they call them by the window. And she's just like, yeah. And so I just hope, things go well with Jim. And it just doesn't seem like it was ever the right time. And then he just comes in and he's like, are you free for dinner? And she's like, yeah. And she starts to cry. Oh, it's just, I'll never forget where I was when I saw it the first time. It was just absolutely, it was just very heartwarming.
Yeah, that was like a big sweet moment.
Absolutely. Oh, so you said Dwight's your favorite character. Why Dwight?
Yeah. Because I just love that. I love that autistic man.
Okay.
I think the Amish stuff is fascinating.
Okay.
I think his culture is amazing.
Yeah.
I think the beet farmer thing, charming. I think his dorky style,
Sure.
cute.
Excellent.
I love that man.
That's what I like to hear. Good. I like someone who likes what they like. Beautiful. Do you
That's
like?
my man right there.
I've watched the show with people. Like I've been like, oh, you've got to watch the show. You've never seen The Office. You have to watch The Office. And like, I know. I've been told a million times I need to watch this show. Okay, so we'll sit down to watch it. And people really sometimes do not like Michael at the beginning, and I can understand
No,
why.
he's kind of. Yeah, his jokes didn't age well.
No, they didn't. And I would be like, how don't you think he's funny? Like he's like the funny boss and everything. And they're like, he's sexually harassing everybody. He's making inappropriate political jokes. He thinks that he's all that, but he's not. And like, yeah, but you have to see past all that. And you have to understand that it was on television years ago and everything. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that he did did not age well. We have, I really liked the temp when he was just the temp and didn't get all crazy. BJ Novak, just because I don't know. I've been a temp.
Before he got like.
Yeah, exactly. Before it got all weird. I don't know if I've been like a temp like that, but I've been like the youngest person in an office, and when that happens, you like relate to a lot of the things that they do. I can say that while I like Dwight, it's interesting how they treat him because he's the best salesperson in the office, yet they don't appreciate really what he does. I feel, and I think that's unfortunate. I've seen a really interesting take on The Office, which I totally get, is that Jim and Pam are actually like the enemies. Well, not enemies, but like they are actually bad people, like really bad people. And when you look at it like,
Yeah, compared to everyone else who's just there minding their business and getting work.
no. I mean, Jim and Pam are bad people that they're manipulative. Meaning, like, Jim never does his work or doesn't do his work often. He's always pranking Dwight with stuff. And, like, in a normal office, he would have been fired for those things. Or Pam, who is like, she knows that Jim's in a relationship with Karen, but yet she's really flirty with him and all these other things. Like, and Jim knows that
Right.
that Pam is with um, what's the Roy, and yet he's always
Right.
flirting with her, which I totally get that. Like, if you look at it from that light, they're not good people at all. They basically hurt a lot of people. Go ahead.
Okay, but Angela sleeps with Dwight when she's dating Andy.
Oh, she's
And-
terrible. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying she's the moral compass of the thing by
I
any
think
means.
other people are also pretty wicked.
Agreed. No, definitely. I mean, Dwight shoots off a gun in the office, and yeah, and
I don't think Dwight like ever. I mean, I wouldn't say he commits infidelity or whatever, but he
yeah,
does sleep
yeah.
with Angela while she is married to the senator.
Wait, so that is infidelity.
Yeah,
And what about with Andy?
that's true. Yeah, I mean, he's not in a relationship with these people, but he is. Yeah,
And they
No,
work
I-
together and everything. So there's at least they have to have that camaraderie, the friendship at least. Okay, I really like Michael. I think that um, he has a certain innocence to him, like this naivete that like I don't know. I know that many of the jokes don't age well, and he doesn't ever come off as like the best boss ever. But there are some things that he does, like when Pam has her painting, and he's like he buys it and puts it up and like appreciates it, and they're just like heartwarming moments like that. Um, I just think
Yes, and he changes so much by the end of the series. He just becomes like such a great man.
yeah, I mean he ends up like getting in relationships, and well, at least at the end he does develop into that. He gets kind of crazy though.
Oh my god, him. Yeah, that's
Well, he
But a man doesn't have to be like husband material to be a good man. He definitely becomes a good man throughout the TV show.
yeah, I would say so. Where he improves. Um, I
Yeah.
okay, so there are some elements to it like that I'm probably dissecting the show too much, but okay, are there any characters you don't like in The Office? I said mine, Bob, Robert Kalamakis or whatever, Robert
Yeah.
California.
Can't think of it.
Okay, so you like everybody in the show, generally. Okay. Um,
Yeah,
I
unless I'm just forgetting.
I think that Ed Helms or Andy Bernard is extremely talented to do all the music that he does and singing and all that. I love that.
Theater kid.
Yeah. Oh, I love um Mindy Kaling. I think and her character, the
I love
changes.
him too.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate who's the guy who Todd Packer.
Okay. So I could watch just Todd
Like,
Packer.
he's-
I could watch an entire series just on Todd Packer.
No.
Right. It's the John Ralphio kind of part of me that's like,
Yeah.
that this guy's a huge sexual
He does
harasser.
this- Yeah, he does this this nasty looking face when he like does his little thing, and I'm like, ugh, I hate this man.
I completely understand how you could feel that way. I think Jan is extremely good looking and always have. I think it's funny that they had to play Pam down because she's a very pretty lady as well. I I really like. I think a lot of people do. David Wallace, like being kind of like but and then he gets all messed up with Suck It and everything, and then comes back and saves everybody.
Yeah,
Do you have a favorite episode?
I don't know. It would definitely have to be a Dwight episode.
Okay. I like. I don't know if I have a favorite episode, but there are some that stick out for me that I really like. One that I really like is the Michael Scott Paper Company. I love that episode. If you recall, it's not that realistic, which normally I like the realism of it, but it's just it's funny to me when like um they I there's actually some like brilliance in the show, absolute brilliance, which is from that I forget his name. He's since passed, but the man who works at the call center with Michael, and they talk
Yeah.
they talk about his name is like Vikram. Vikram, that's his name. And Vikram has this saying that is like brilliant to me, which is confidence. It's the food of the wise and the liquor of the fool. I've just always loved that saying that he has. And I love the fact that like like when they go and pick up Ryan, he's like working at a bowling alley and like Pam is just like, what did I get myself into? But then you see the development of her character where she goes from like receptionist to office manager and all those other things. Um, I really I like the basketball episode if you remember that one. I love when they play sports or they sing or something. I love some of the intros that they do where they do that like no 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 no. I love that exactly. Um, I love oh man, I could watch that show. Actually, I could watch seasons 1 to 7 on repeat. Season 8 to me kind of fell on its face, and then season 9, I've never been a huge fan of because I feel like we missed out on. There was supposed to be a show called The Farm that was supposed to be like a branch off of that, and we never saw that. And I would have liked to see that with Dwight. Though it's his own like family or like you know how it kind of gets into a different show where he gets this like really beautiful girlfriend or whatever, or that lady who's working on a farm, and then and then all of a sudden he has a random brother and sister, which are like one's a marijuana farmer and the other has like a son. The sister has a son. Do you know what I'm referencing? Okay, that's fine. It's the last season, so I understand why a lot of people don't watch it. But it was supposed to be its own show called The Farm, and that was like testing of it, and it just didn't ever work out really well. But I would have liked to see branch offs of The Office because we never did. And then I also would have really liked to watch one starring Craig Robinson called The Warehouse. I would have thought that that would have been a really good show of just what life is like in a warehouse. I wasn't a huge fan of Val and um, um, what is his name? Um, his last name is Daryl. I didn't like some of the things that happened there, but I did just think that the warehouse was just kind of like a fun place that they were doing some interesting stuff. And usually with shows or in many shows they do have um, shows that branch off and have their own thing. But The Office kind of became its own closed thing. But I could watch seasons 1 through 7 all day, and I'd watch any episode. Oh, okay. So there's at least popularly, people have these cringe episodes. What are your thoughts on Scott's Tots?
Oh yeah, that's so cringe.
Okay, I don't think it's that bad.
I get that.
Okay, what do you think of the dinner party?
Him having to tell the class on
I
that.
know.
The dinner party, I like it.
I do too. But people call that one cringe, and I don't think that one's that bad at all. That's
It's
one.
because it's hard to watch that kind of confrontation.
Yes, I think so. I think that the episode, the dinner episode, is one of my favorite ones. Where, I mean, I don't dislike it more than any other episode, but there are like fans who, if you ever look, they at least in like forums and stuff of The Office. I know I'm a super fan. They will be like, oh, anything but the dinner party or anything but Scott's Tots. And it's like my thing is anything but season 8. Um, uh, Robert California. And one of the reasons why I really didn't like Robert California is like he's creepy, but also it's just that's not how an organization would work. Where the CEO would come in and put like CEOs have like an overarching knowledge of a company, but they don't go into individual branches and they don't like live in like small town Pennsylvania. It just wasn't very realistic to me. And then this guy was supposed to have all this money, and then at the end you find out that he's none of those things. It's one of those things that it's okay. Um, I really like Ellie Kemper. I think she's very attractive, but also really sweet in that show. And so that would be
Donna Noble.
what's a Noble?
Donna Noble. She.
I'm talking about Erin. Who's Donna Noble?
What's her name?
Erin. She's the other receptionist after Pam.
Oh, never mind.
Who's Donna Noble?
Oh, let me think. Donna Noble. She played by Catherine Tate.
Oh, I can't stand that character. Do you like Catherine Tate's
British
character?
one.
Yeah.
I liked her in Doctor Who.
Perfect. That's Doctor Who. This is The Office. And that's what I feel like everybody said. Oh, Doctor Who. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. This is The Office. And you have to understand that, like, nobody wants a tablet that's a triangle.
Yeah, but it was in the point of The Office where they were just trying to do anything they could to stay afloat. There was a writer's strike.
Right,
all this.
exactly. And I get that.
So I'll take some Donna Noble
Okay, so that's her name, Donna Noble?
in Doctor Who.
Oh, in Doctor Who.
She
Okay.
plays Donna Noble.
Okay. You know who people disagree on this character, but I thought he was hilarious. And I'm like, I'm probably in the minority here, but I love D'Angelo Vickers. I love Will Ferrell. And there's some
Me
people.
too.
Oh, did you?
I thought so too.
Excellent.
He's just Michael.
Yeah, exactly. I really wish he would have been the next boss. And just when he's like, and he spoke for everyone in some ways where Jim and Pam are trying to like get in good with him with their kids or their kid at the time, and he's like, that baby could star in a show called Babies I Don't Care About. I love that. Or just yeah.
Yeah.
I just think and I was really excited
Just
for
sees
him.
right through it.
Yeah. I was really excited for him to maybe be the next boss. But I understand. He's a movie star and he doesn't want to do television, but I thought, oh, that would have been really, really cool. Yeah. They had, I would say, okay. If you ever saw Kelly Kapoor, her character in the early season, and then they change her, or she just really blossoms as a character. And I know that she was a writer, so she couldn't always be in everything, but she just has some hilarious lines.
In the Office Ladies podcast, they said that Mina, what's her name?
Mindy Kaling.
Mindy Kaling.
Yeah.
That her personality, her real personality, just came out of the Kelly character as the show went on. Like being into fashion, being into these TV shows,
right?
All of that is just Mindy Kaling.
And that's what I love because it seemed much more realistic than just this really quiet person who they had in the office in the early, like season 1. She just like slaps Michael. That's like her only thing that she does of real relevance that I recall. She's not dating anyone or anything like that. But then they get into.
I love Hulk Your Ear Off Kelly.
Oh, me too. Where she's the entire customer service department. And they're just, oh, how can I help you? Blah, 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 blah. Oh. Or like when.
Oh my gosh, when Jim is making that sales call and he totally blows it out of the park by calling
Yes.
Kelly, and she's like, "Oh my God, Jim, hi!"
I love that. I love when they when I don't love this part, but when they create the website and Kelly's like, oh, it's so easy. You just take it and you put it. Oh, it says thank you. And
Oh, nice.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She had some lines that. Go ahead.
And this is bad, but I love when she eats the tapeworm and like has a tapeworm for a while. Like,
Okay.
it's really skinny and like dark circles under her eyes. and
Yeah.
shit.
I could see her absolutely doing that, so I get that. I love her relationship with Ryan. It's so toxic, but yet, like, like there are elements of it. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's this one phrase, like, what is it? I don't know. I'll slaughter the line, but like, um, oh, I think it's like, um, it's something like, yeah, I have a lot of questions. Question one, how dare you? Something like that, like where she says that. I just
yeah.
absolutely love that. I love how she's supportive of Woof, WUPH or whatever. And I, as someone who uses tech all the time, want that. I want Woof. Some one thing that links all my stuff and gives me every update that I need. And ever since I've ever seen that, I've always really wanted that. Um, what you know, the the final season, they get into those two new guys, the interns or whatever, and I don't really ever love those guys. I don't bond enough with them.
But what is it? Plop and
Plop and I don't even know the other guy's name. They just kind of seem unnecessary. Um, I've known people who
But
have
I do like when Andy finds out that that Aaron's cheating on him with a guy named Pete, and then he doesn't know that that's Pete because he was a plot.
oh Pete, that's his name. Yeah, that's right. I enjoy. Uh, you know what? I like the Dundies, all the Dundies ones. I love the Dundies where the original Dundies where Jenna Fisher or Pam is like, wow, like like when she wins her Dundies and she wins her Dundie and they play like Tiny Dancer during at the end. I love that scene. Um, I love just that like when Michael buys a condo. Um, it wasn't so complicated, and then it just jumps the shark. Okay, so from whatever I say about season 8, season 9 people dislike perhaps even more because, and I've heard that I don't know if this is true, but the writers really were not happy with Ed Helms doing another The Hangover 2 or whatever, and so they wrote just a bonkers character for him, and I
Made him disappear.
yeah, they made him disappear. He's on a boat, and also his like has this weird relationship with Aaron that I don't really ever buy. Like I would have really liked them to be like a real couple. Like I could have seen them work together as a real couple, but I want to see them not get all crazy. And he starts to date that lady from like Bryn Mawr, that other girl or whatever, and Ed Helms does, and then he has to break up with her at her like with all her friends there.
Oh yeah.
It's just
at her friend's bachelor.
that's what it was. Yeah, it's just weird. And I know that they had to write it in certain ways, but I don't know. I just think that.
Put that
Go ahead.
put that on the cringe list.
Yes, I agree.
That them having a breakup with him.
And that is on the cringe list of like as they say, the cringiest episodes. I don't know as a writer. I just think
And then
that,
they go back to say
right.
this.
Yeah, exactly, which is weird. And it's all in like a road trip to Florida. I can't stand actually. I don't like the Florida episodes at all. That's just it just seemed out of place. And why would you have these like they work in Scranton, which is not Tallahassee, and why they chose Tallahassee, I have no idea. And it was just strange to me, all of that. I think that I didn't like Joe Bennett as the um, like when she comes in
I
and
kind of like her.
well, I like her character, but I just don't think it's
the whole,
realistic.
Like that everyone being based in a different state and all of that. It's very much like what it feels like when your company gets purchased by a bigger company.
That very well could be, and I haven't had that experience, but I do like when
I've
they.
been through that.
Okay, I do like it when they, and I'm not saying I don't like Joe Barrett's character, if that's her name,
Yeah.
but It's just she's there too much. A real CEO would only be there one time,
Yeah,
just to say
that's
hi.
true. I
But
like when Jim edits her audiobook to be a letter to what's his name?
Dwight, isn't it?
Gabe.
Oh yeah. That's right.
To
It is
Gabe.
Gabe. That's right. I'm not a big Gabe fan, and I don't know if you are. Are you?
No, he's so cringy.
He's
very
creepy to me.
But
And
I don't like him.
no, I don't either. That's creepy. Um, I I don't really think that. I know that they needed more characters, but frankly, like if they had, I don't know how everything in television world works, but and I know they had a writer's strike, but I wouldn't have wanted to add all these new characters. I think that it would have been fine if they just condensed the office a little bit and we got more to learn about Stanley and more to learn about Phyllis and Creed's crazy world and all of those things. I mean, that would have been fine. Meredith, I mean, she was doing a whole bunch, but we never got to see it, which I get is part of the joke. But yeah, exactly. But we never see any of their, even well. And then this is an issue that arises, Kevin, and how he goes from like normal accountant or generally normal accountant to just like his intelligence level drops to the point where
Yeah.
he's like doesn't know if like a turtle is dead or not, or like a dog is dead,
Yeah.
and I just don't necessarily. I don't like when they do that to a character. Um, I like it when he was smart.
Completely cartoon them.
Exactly. He wasn't necessarily
Because he
smart.
had a fiance.
Exactly.
And a stepdaughter. Basically.
Absolutely, and that would have been cool. Like he did fantasy football, so it means it's like he was one of the guys, kind of a deal. Like he, you have to be somewhat intelligent to have these parts. They were more normal parts of his life, and then it's just this degradation.
Now he's just a fat loner.
Exactly, and I did not like that, but I do like his character. Um, I I love Creed. Do you like Creed?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
I
I
like his vlog.
yeah, I love that. That's so funny. Um, when they have just things like that, he's like, I'm 30. Well, I'll be 30 in November. That's so funny. Can we get Red Bulls in this thing, bro? When he's trying to.
And then he when I think it's on the like fucking second episode or whatever when they're firing people and he starts wearing a wig around.
You know what's right? Wait, no, that's not when they do that. When he uses all the toner,
I don't remember.
he that's a little later, but
Oh yeah.
But I do love-
He dyes his hair.
exactly. I love all of that. When they do this shot of him, and it's just from the back, and so you don't know who it is, and it's just this guy with jet black hair, and then he sits down, and he's like, yeah, sometimes like just he's trying to play up like he's much younger than he is. I think that's when they're doing some kind of layoffs or something. But yeah, I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
I love his character. I love that he kind of was. Well, that's like his real name too. But he was in the Grassroots, so he was in like a music, a music band, like a pretty big band. And then I love the fact that he wasn't supposed to necessarily be a real character, but he did something that Creed
I was literally gonna say that.
exactly where it was in the episode where they have the races on their forehead, and he says something, and the fact that he said something
Yeah.
meant that he
They had to hire him on.
exactly had to do with like the union or
They
something
paid
like that.
more.
Exactly, and then he just
Yeah.
and that's
I
such
listened to that episode of Office Ladies. I think.
excellent, and that's such a Creed thing to do that it's like it was art or life, art imitating life, so to speak, and I love that. I really love their holiday parties. Those are some of my favorite. I could just watch those
That's
ones.
exactly how we wrap it up.
Yeah, exactly. I love. There are some lines that just make me laugh every time. When Michael's buying vodka for the party, and he's like, "So you think this is enough for 17 people?" And they're like, "Yeah, 14 bottles of vodka. Yeah, that'll do it. And then they just have this just amazing party. Um, I I love that show so much that I mean, like I've been to the. It's called um, Valley. It's on Satakoy Street in Van Nuys, and it's called like Valley Film something like that, and they had to cover that up to make the Dunder Mifflin building. But I mean, like if you remember in the fire, Dwight's kicking the handicap sign on the wall. Like I did all of that. I did everything that you could do outside on camera. Or I did my best to. It's not that big. You would be shocked in real life to be like, this is it. Like it's so small. Um, I loved everything about that show. What did you think of Idris Elba's character? What is his name? Do you know who I'm talking about? Idris Elba. Okay, he's how. What was his name in the show? He is the guy who Kelly and Angela really think is hot, and he has glasses, and basically he comes in working for David Wallace, and he came from Steel. He worked for Satakoy Steel. He is like really put together, and Jim, like
Oh,
he comes in. Charles Minor is his name. That's it.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that I thought he did an excellent job. I would have never known he was British when I first saw it. I would have never known that I think he did a really good job of just playing like a really the straight man, but like a real business person who's trying to make this branch do better, and all of those things. I thought his character was really good. Um, I think it's really cool that Michael and Carol in the show were really married, and so they got to like have
Yeah.
her in the show. I think that was really cool.
But like she hated him.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's kind of how it works sometimes. I did not like the Pam's mom. I think. Well, let me say I like the first one, which she and Pam. If you remember, that lady only shows up in one episode, and due to her doing like Broadway or something, she couldn't do the other ones. But then they bring in that other Pam's mom.
Actresses.
Exactly, and she's. I mean, I think she's an attractive woman, but I never bought that. That's Pam's mom. That was just they didn't look alike. The other lady did look alike, but this was like a really hot lady, not really hot, but like a very attractive woman. And then, like Michael, of course, he's gonna hit on her and all these other things. Yeah, he went through a series of some weird relationships, like that lady who ran like a Dave and Buster's. I forget her name, but that lady, he dated some really attractive women, but that's where she's like, get off my table. We just had that felted, or you know who I'm talking about, and she was cheating on her husband.
Yeah.
That's a weird one. That's kind of a cringe moment for me, where they have to go to the baseball game, if you recall that. I really another cringe moment that people say, and I agree, is Pam's, like the lady who owns Pam's building, when she's trying to set Michael up with her, and Michael just like, because she's not overtly pretty.
That's not the short lived.
Yeah, it is. It's quick, and thankfully, I really like when I really really like. I mean, I could have watched an entire series of any of these things, but I really like this Stanford branch, or
Oh yeah. And they play video games.
I love that, and that's where we meet Karen and Ed Helms, or Andy, and then they got that like serious boss, not serious boss, but like he's really good, and they were going to bring him in and everything, but I just, yeah, exactly, but I just liked that like Jim kind of somewhat like had moved on, and he found someone new and everything. And but of course,
Right.
they I liked it when they went to other branches that were real branches. Like when they went to Nashua, I liked that. I think they went to like Binghamton or something, and I like when you got to see that there were other branches and Stanford. That's what it was. Um, I like
And when you get to see other branches, you see how special ours is too.
exactly. Wow, you even say ours like yeah, because it is ours. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with you. Like when Michael does that tour of the different branches, and like you see, they're all pretty serious when he's doing like like I don't know, Baldy and Hot Lips, and like he just goes around and gives everybody a nickname, and like how he remembers all of them. Um, that one,
Right.
yeah, that yeah. What did you think of Karen? This is kind of an Office fan question.
I didn't really like Karen, but that's because I'm a Jim and Pam girly.
Sure, I understand that. And a lot of people think that
So I
Karen,
was like, yeah, okay.
a lot of people think that Karen got the raw end of the deal. That basically, if you recall, she was generally a good girlfriend. Like even through the beach day where Pam does this weird thing, like in front of everybody, and like tells Jim that she basically liked him.
She
And
still loves him.
exactly. Um,
But here, someone I hate worse than Karen, because Karen, you're right, she didn't try to take Jim from anybody.
right.
I hate that girl who was, I guess, her name was Kathy.
Yeah,
And she
everyone
tried to
hates
say
her.
the same thing as Jim.
Everyone hates her. Yeah, I can't stand that woman. Well, I shouldn't say that. I could watch her. She's not bad looking, but the way she acts with stealing Jim or trying to steal Jim, and like I hate that episode where they're in the hotel together. Oh, I can't stand that episode.
Yes,
Yeah,
I hate it.
yeah, and she's like, she gets out of the shower and she's like, I'm so cold, and like, but it's like, Jim, what are you doing? Get out of there, dude. You are a married man. What are you doing with like a young?
That's his hotel room.
Yeah, but even still, I feel like you'd be like, can you just leave? Or I'm gonna go somewhere. You could go to the lobby. You could go to the pool. You could just be on the phone with your wife.
Yeah.
But I understand. I mean, it's just not a good look. And then it gets really weird. Like, I don't know. They make it look like a crime scene or whatever just to get her out. Or wait, no. Dwight comes in and there's like bed bugs or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, yeah, it's not that realistic to me. I I was reading about this today actually. Um, how Amy Adams. I thought Amy Adams's character, if you recall, she's like Purse Girl. I think that she does a that they were going to keep her in the show. Well, I should say she wanted to be a movie star. Television wasn't necessarily her thing, um, but they had something where they thought that she looked too much like Jenna Fisher, and it would be confusing to people.
She did.
And there is that they both like pretty redheaded people, um, but I really liked her character. I mean, she's again a very beautiful woman, and so not too bad on the eyes. But I thought they did her in pretty badly, and then also Karen Filippelli. If you recall the way that Karen and Jim broke up, it was like all Karen did was like, and I'm not saying what she did was right, but they went to New York. They were going to both have an interview for the position, and Karen was like, "All right, so I'm gonna go have lunch with my friends in the city. Is that cool?" Like, I could see that. I think as a boyfriend, I'd be like, "Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead." I mean, we don't have to spend every moment together, and I understand you're only gonna get to see these people for lunch or whatever. It's New York's a busy place. Go for it. I don't think that it was like the biggest deal in the world, but it was supposed to be like, oh, she didn't really care about him, and that's I don't feel that true because she moved from Stanford for him, and she even tells him that.
Right.
And it's so funny that um when she comes when Jim's like, yeah, so basically she told me that she was just gonna live her life normally, yada yada yada. And then they look and like all her stuff is packed up and she's gone. And she went and did Parks and Recreation and everything. I was absolutely,
Right.
I was, I was absolutely shocked when they chose Ryan for the job of Jan. I did not see that one coming. I don't think a lot of people did because he wasn't even like a full-time employee, or he was barely a full-time employee in the office. So like how did he jump Jim and Dwight and Michael just because he had an MBA that he got like at some random time? So I thought that
Well,
was,
and he smoothes. He's really good at smoothing with David Wallace.
oh, absolutely,
That's what I
definitely.
got.
Oh yeah. He's definitely good at that. And then they do all kinds of weird stuff with his character. And I'm not saying that I like what they did with him. I understand that they had to because they couldn't always show him in the but like um I liked him in the beginning when he was normal. Then he takes that job and grows the beard. I love when Jan's like, "Oh, I love the beard. Keep it forever." It's just very funny to me. Then he gets like really into drugs and his like short friend or whatever, and who like Dwight thinks is a hobbit, and then
Yeah.
he gets into like after all of that he then like where he what does he do? He gets into like frosting the tips of his hair and like having his mom drive him all kinds of places. So I'm not saying I like what they did with his character. And then it gets into like this nerdy like film kind of guy and like wearing bow ties and stuff. They do all kinds of weird stuff with his character, which I can't say I necessarily like. I I have known people who really, really like Stanley. Like they have Stanley mugs. They are just huge Stanley fans. What are your thoughts on Stanley?
I like him. I like his vibes. I like that he doesn't like to work.
I
But
like
wouldn't,
that.
like, buy his merch.
No. I completely understand that. What I don't like about him is his infidelity. I did not like that.
Yeah,
part of him.
that's true.
He had a wife, and then I think her name was Carrie or something like that. And we actually see her in the Dundies, and then
Yeah, we do. And she's white.
yeah, and then all of a sudden, hey, welcome. How are you, Aframasha?
Hello.
Hello.
Today have a great day, and you?
Oh, I'm having a wonderful day as well. Aframasha, this is my friend Sophia. Sophia, this is Aframasha.
Hey,
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I think it's good, thank you.
Excellent. Well, Sophia, I could probably talk your ear off on this, but I know you've got bread to make. You've got milk and honey bread, aka Jerusalem bread, which I think is a beautiful thing. So I'll let you get to that. I could, but come back because I could talk to you about other shows as well. But I could still talk to you about The Office and Parks and Recreation all day long. As you can tell, I'm a diehard fan as well. So, but I don't want to take up any more time if it's unnecessary.
All right.
Okay. Well, then we'll continue to talk. Okay.
Yeah.
What else do I really love about the show? So Aframasha, we are talking about a television show from the United States called The Office. Aframasha, have you ever heard of The Office?
The Office, it's a series?
Yes, it is 100%. Yep. So we're both big fans of this show, and we're just talking about the show, but we can talk about other things too. But yeah, have you ever seen The Office?
My brother loves the series. I watched the parts.
Oh, excellent. Your brother likes it? Your brother has good taste. Excellent.
Oh, maybe so.
Absolutely. Wonderful. We were just talking about parts of the show I like, and I can tell Sophia's a really big fan, as am I. Sophia, what are your thoughts on Phyllis? Did you hear me, Sophia? Sophia, can you hear me? Maybe cut out for a second. I don't know. Sophia, can you hear me? That's okay. Affirmatia, how'd you, I know you streamed for 9 hours yesterday. How did it go?
I think I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Let's translate this question.
Sure.
It's that question. I am doing something important like activist movement, and I'm trying to get the people on the server on Discord and talking about the cases who is very important to not only the country. And I have the same, I think, but I don't know, and I want to ask. I think I have the same objective of peace of the world.
World peace, yes, absolutely.
But I want to ask you how you are behavior,
Endeavor,
yes, endeavor to have that statement on the internet and how to talk with somebody who is just negative and he doesn't care about this what is going on, for example, in the country, and have an ignorance or something like that.
sure.
Because I'm very emotional.
Yes,
Persons.
yes. I deal with this every day. Negative people. People who, especially when it comes to world peace, they don't believe or they don't even want it. They like war. I deal with that all the time. And one of the first things that I do, and let me know if you need me to translate this, but I'll speak as easily as I can. I say to them, have you ever been impacted by war? Have you ever had someone knock your house down? Have you ever had someone steal your things? Have you ever had somebody hurt you? And normally they haven't. And so I say to them, then you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even have an idea of what the pain of war can be. You haven't lost a loved one in it. And usually if you talk to soldiers, they don't want war either. One of the reasons why they became soldiers is because they wanted to stop war forever. And those people who like war or those people who like the negativity, many times I feel they are just trying to get a reaction out of you. So they're bored. They have nothing to do on the internet. And so, hey, I'm going to bother you and I'm going to try to make your life a little worse so that my life is a little better. Do you find that people are doing that?
Yeah, but it's happening all the time, especially in Poland. I don't know how it is in other countries. I think similar, but in Poland is a popular. It's a popular the statement approach plan.
Statement about a statement about
Negativity to positivity.
yes. So here's what I do. I get this all the time where I will just say on the internet, "Hi everyone, how are you?" And they will say, "Kill yourself. We don't like you." Just immediately. I haven't even had a chance to say anything aside from, "I hope you have a good day." They'll be very mean to me. I lean into that and I'm even nicer to them. And they hate it. And I love it because it's more positivity. So I'll say, "Well, I hope you have a wonderful day." Or "I hope many blessings are bestowed upon you." Or "I hope that your day improves." Or "If you ever need anything, come to me. I'm here to help you." There's a saying in English, "Kill them with kindness." I don't know if it's going to translate that well. I'm going to translate this just so it translates correctly. You understand? Okay.
Kindness. It's
So
Yeah.
So the strategy is kill them with kindness. Basically, when they are negative towards you, be extra nice to them. And that does two things. One, it does not bring you down to their level. And two, it's bothersome to them because you're actually showing them that you are stronger than they are. And then three, it's adding positivity to the conversation, which is always important. So I think the at least what I do is I am just even nicer to the person. So if somebody comes in here and they'll be like, I hate you, I'll say, well, that's an interesting opinion to have. May I ask why you hate me? Well, I just don't like you. Okay. Well, how's your day going? Actually, Sophia, that's actually a quote from The Office that I use. How's your day going? Basically, when someone's mean to me, I will just be like, how's your day going? Because nobody expects that. And so when you are nice to them, it makes them even more mad. And there's something to that. So when people are mean to you on the internet, or they in English, a lot of times it's being called trolling someone, where you just do it to get a reaction out of them, then you just kill them with kindness. Be really nice to them and be very positive to them. And then also tell them that if there's anything that you can do for them in the future to help them, that you're there to do it. A lot of people start trying to be trolling with me, and then they see that I'm a really nice person, and they actually will apologize to me later on in our friendship or whatever, and they'll say to me, wow, I want you to know I didn't realize that you were a real person. I didn't realize that you were really nice, and I'm sorry. I should have recognized that I was being a troll. And you just try to change their behavior by being a good influence. So basically, the way that I try to do it is I try to be a light to them. I try to be a good influence to them. Sophia, do you have
I
any?
can't remember
Yeah.
that one guy I was here when he came in here and you guys were talking for a while, and afterwards he said, you know, when I came in here, I thought that you were a piece of shit or
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
I can't remember what he said. Or he said, I thought you were a dickhead.
Yeah,
And you
absolutely.
were like, well, I'm glad I'm not.
Yeah, exactly. But I get those kinds of people. Somebody said that to me within 48 hours. They came in here. A lot of people try to bring in really negative things of into my life, and I do my best to not allow that to get to me, and to be positive back to them. And when they see that, it shows that you're too big for them. You're not gonna let them get to you. So in your case, Afirmatia, what does someone say to you that brings you down? What do they say?
I wanted to say one thing after I will respond you.
Sure.
I noticed that this person who is trolling us by negativity, as you said, they are trying to get a fun, and they pretend that person to just have a fun to check somebody is smart, but in reality they are other person. As you said, when I meet a person who has negativity and he doesn't want to talk, he's only hate me. I should be stronger than him. Thank you for that advice, and show him, ask him about his hair,
Exactly.
his feeling, why
Exactly.
he's feeling, or even don't ask why, just wish him good feelings.
Wish him well. Exactly. And that is the best defense you can ever have, because he'll realize that he can't get to you. And not only that, you're trying to be even more, you're trying to spread kindness. And that's something that's really special. Not many people want to do that, especially on the internet. I would say that another thing you can do, I think you probably are doing this, but I wouldn't interact with anyone under age 18, because children don't understand what they're saying is very hurtful. So if you only interact with adults, that's another big thing. So basically, you don't have to deal with kids, and then you just are only a positive light as much as possible. to adults, and then adults know what you're doing, and a lot of times you're able to change their minds, just like Sophia gave an example. And I think that that's the best thing that you can do is just be a light to the nations, a light in the darkness, and just be very, very positive. And even if you don't want to be positive, don't let them get to you. So if they're in a chat and they're being mean, let's say somebody says, I hate you. So sometimes, so I have a couple things that I say to people when they're being really mean to me. There's a saying in, I don't know if it's going to translate, but in English, it's kind of a newer saying, but it's cool story, bro. So somebody will be like, "Oh, I don't like you. I think that you're XYZ. I think that you're this and that and that, and I don't like this, and I don't like this, and I don't like this, and I don't like this." So it's like all this negativity, and I just sometimes will just be like, "Cool story, bro." And what does that mean? It means like, I don't have enough time to read through all of your stuff. Thank you for the information. Thank you for your story. We're moving on. There was a previous generation, like grandmas, would say something like, um, "That's okay, honey," or something like that. There's like, there are ways to just basically dismiss people. These are dismissive statements, but they work very well if somebody's going above and beyond to be really mean to you, and you don't want to deal with them in that way. So you just say, "Cool story, bro." And then I also use a lot of positive emojis. I just do that in my life generally. I didn't always. I for many years never ever used emojis or emoticons or anything like that. But because so many people use them in on online conversations, I do my best to use them. So I might say, and you can use these too. When somebody says, "I hate you," you can say, "I appreciate your opinion. Thank you so much." And then give them a thumbs up or like a smiley face or something like that, which shows that you're being very positive to their negativity as well. And if anything, it shows that you didn't let them get to you. So you can use emojis to your advantage and also get across positive messages as well. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense a lot. I thought it's on the paper.
Okay,
I
excellent.
need that. I need that.
Oh,
Being the light in the darkness is the most statement I want to go and learn how to be a lightless person. So thank you.
absolutely. And when you,
Even for them, even for them, yeah.
Sophia, do you have any
Why not?
advice? I don't know if you can hear us. And yeah, you can, oh, go ahead. I see if you can. Go ahead, Sophia.
No, I was gonna say I don't think so.
Okay, that's okay.
People are gonna be mean. The best
Yeah.
thing you can do is ignore people that are mean, especially on the internet. Folks use the anonymous nature of the internet to say whatever they want, and best you can do is just ignore them.
Yeah.
That's what works on bullies.
Yeah, it does. Um, I sometimes get people who will give me long paragraphs. It's just too much to read, or it's just very hateful, and so I'll use a phrase that grandmas would use years ago. "That's nice, dear." Just like, "That's nice, dear." Like, okay, fine, whatever you want to say. It's
I
just,
like to say, "I'm happy for you," or "Sorry that happened."
there you go.
Like it's way too long for me to read.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There are.
You're happy to hear? So can you repeat that? You are happy because?
Oh, just respond. And like if somebody says something that's way too long for me to read, I'll say, "Damn, that's a lot of words, but I'm happy for you," or "Sorry that happened." Period. Like cover all my bases.
Okay, that's a very good advice to ignore them, to have, I think, to ignore something like that. it's hard to ignore than react. React always was easier, but I never know how to react. Now I know I am admiration that you can be stable to ignore that that's more stable than react.
Yeah, because typically when people are acting disrupted like that, the thing they want is attention.
Yes.
And so whether you're giving them positive or negative attention, they're still getting a conversation out of it.
That's right. I get people who will, many times they will come at me with many different questions, and I'll answer sometimes 20, 30 questions for people, sometimes 60 questions from people. But eventually I recognize that sometimes these people don't even care about my answers, and they're asking the question before I even have a chance to answer. And so I have other ways to deflect these things. I will say, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask me and ask Rabbi anything. I've got a little area. You can ask any question that you want. And that means that the person has to do a little bit of work. They're going to have to type out their question, but it also allows me to deflect them. I get people who will, in a message to me, they'll just write a huge paragraph of something. And so sometimes I will just give them a thumbs up or an okay or some kind of emoji, not even give them words. Now, I do that sometimes to people, and I really do mean thumbs up, or I really do mean okay, or whatever. But I find if sometimes I don't even give them any words back, just an emoji, it deflects them as well. It shows that I maybe I'm not ignoring you, but I'm not going to read all of your stuff. Whatever you're cool, good job, whatever, okay. I get what you're saying, but I'm not going to give you any of my time. You have to recognize, Masha, especially as you're becoming more of a streamer and more of a public figure, your time is very valuable. And if you take time for all of these individuals, it's going to take away from you. There is a philosophy in that I've heard in the business world, but it works in this as well. When you awake every day, you get, let's say, 100 coins, okay? And let's say everybody's taking from you, and at the end of the day, you have 0 coins. You want to be very careful of who you give coins to, basically, who you give your attention, who you give your time to. So if you have all these people who are taking coins from you, you're not going to be able to have any coins at the end of the day. And you want to make sure that you have your time, that you have your effort, that you have your coins by the end of the day. So if you just give them a little something and hopefully they'll run away with it, or you can just ignore them, but don't let them take anything from you. It's very important. I have this mentality, and I've always had this, that basically haters gonna hate is a saying in English. Haters gonna hate. So basically, there are some people out there who are just gonna hate all the time, and that's fine. There's nothing that I can do about it. I can't necessarily change you. I can just be a good example to you.
An example was perfect to explain me that the time is variable, as you said.
Yes,
Um,
exactly.
yeah, it gives me a lot right now. It gives me a lot if I would be start new stream. Probably tomorrow, because I'm complicated by
Sure.
Today's very long streams.
Absolutely.
Um,
You've done extremely long streams. Extremely long. Good job. I mean, I mean this. I'm impressed by how long your streams are. You've done a 7-hour stream and a 9-hour stream back to back days. I'm telling you, that's a long, long stream. And I stream all the time, but it's different kind of how you stream. You have to pay attention and you can't just go doing whatever you want to do. That's a lot of time to devote to people. So you take as much time off as a break as you need.
Thank you for supporting.
Oh, absolutely.
Of course.
I'm very impressed by, well, you in many ways, but especially with you streaming. Most people don't stream that long. And for you to be able to already be comfortable doing that, that's phenomenal. And when you stream that long, you're going to have people who come in and are grabbing at your attention and trying to steal your positivity. And if you don't let them do that, if you kill them with kindness, you smile, you make sure that they're aware that it doesn't get to you, it's just, you win in so many different ways. They don't get anything from you, you don't show any weakness, and you add positivity to the world. I think it's a great strategy.
Yeah, that's advice helped me a lot.
Excellent. Well, very well. Do you have any other questions? We have Sophia here, so we have other people who can perhaps help, and she has a lot of experience just in life. So, what other issues do you run into?
I think I don't have questions. I am right now in my and I'm trying to get red focused on open third eye and working on several chakras. A little bit. 7 chakras left.
7 chakras, like meditation.
I have to go make my bread.
Sophia, you take care.
I'm talking to you guys.
Absolutely, Sophia.
Nice
I could
to
talk
meet
to you
you.
for forever. You come back whenever you have time. Okay.
Of course.
Excellent.
I'll see you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye bye.
I hope I will meet her again.
Oh, she's wonderful. Yeah, she's a really nice person. I think you will.
I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah. She.
And
I was gonna say she likes to listen to me sing karaoke, so maybe one of these nights I'll do that, and I'll make sure she's here for it. But yeah, she's a wonderful person. She has a very good heart. She's very smart. She's just a good friend.
that's why I said I hope that I will meet her again.
Yeah. I don't
I was asking.
go ahead.
Yes.
I don't like people. Thank you. I don't like people who, if you're going to be here for a long time, I want you to be positive. And I recognize not everybody can be. And we'll get little people who come in and they're negative and they'll be blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. But if you're going to be here for a long time, we want to be positive to each other. We want people to come here and have optimistic thoughts and positive vibrations. And I do my best to be a good example to everybody.
And you are, and I hope that I will do if I will work about that we actually talked about this to be light in darkness, to bring that light to share this light, but I must be learning about I wrote 100 kindness.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
be learning who we share.
Exactly. So you got it. Like 100 coins in the morning. Your dog needs 5 or 10 coins because they're going to take your time. Your family's going to need 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 coins for whatever they have to do. And you have a certain amount that you can give out towards the day, but you don't want to give too many out to one individual person or they'll start to pull your energy. And that's not what you want. So you give them a little bit if they want, and then you move on and give them to other people. And then at the end of the day, the important thing is that you still have coins left over and that you're not empty.
That was accurate.
Excellent. So, Aframasha, there's something we can do to practice what we just learned, if you want. So, it's called role playing. Basically, I'm going to be a mean person, okay? and you just will test you, okay, to see how you would react. I'm not going to be really mean, but I'll be like this. Affirmasha, I'm on your stream right now, and I think it's really boring. What are you going to do to make me more excited?
I hope you will stay here for a moment and watch it.
Perfect. Perfect.
If you will fix the movie, you can change the stream you will watch.
Perfect. Perfect.
If you will want to stay, you will stay with me and I will be happy.
Absolutely. Very good job. One thing that I like to say to people, very, very similar. No one's forcing you to watch me. So go do whatever you want to do. You're the one who's here. And if you be here, let's be positive to each other. That's exactly right. Yeah. And you know, I think that that's an excellent way. Okay, let's try another one. I don't like you. I can help you with this one. Yeah.
I understand. I understand because I'm person. Somebody's like this, somebody's done. But don't worry, bro. I hope that you will find a right language with me, and maybe someday we will make it up.
Hey, there you go. I'm glad you said this. There's something else that I say. Or I'm glad you said that. So I like to say sometimes, thank you for the information. Why? Whether it's negative, good, or bad, it's still showing that I'm positive. Thank you for the information. There's a movie. Have you ever heard of the movie The Big Lebowski? It's okay if you haven't. Have you ever heard of the movie The Big Lebowski? It's okay if you haven't. Okay, so there's a saying in this movie, and I'm going to show it to you. It's, that's just like your opinion, man. What does that mean? It's like somebody can be like, I don't like the color of the sky. Okay, well, that's just like your opinion, man. I don't like the color of the grass. Okay, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, everything is just your opinion. So basically, this is a phrase that I really like as well, that I use sometimes. So when somebody would be like to you, like, I don't like you. Okay, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, you're entitled to it, but that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with me. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. So that's just like your opinion. And you did it exactly right. Like, hey, that's you're allowed to think whatever you want. So I'm not gonna get in the way of that. But yeah, okay, you know what to do. You've got it. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed the way that you were able to handle those scenarios, because you didn't let it get to you at all, and you were able to respond in a way that was positive, and also you embraced them. So basically, you confronted them in a positive way, which is it's hard to do. It's very easy to do this. Well, I hate you too, and I don't like you, and you stink, and you're the worst, and blah, 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 blah. It's very easy to want to do that and get into a big fight with them. You don't want to do that. You can just be, well, thank you for your opinion. That's a perfect one. Thank you for your opinion. Because it's positive. It recognizes that they gave their opinion, and you just move on. You just thank you for your opinion. And it's... Go ahead.
That was mainly true. Everything was good.
Yes. You remembered. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. I was going to say, it goes back to our previous discussion of that everything is just subjective. Everything is just someone's opinion. You're exactly right. Oh, I'm proud of you. Oh, that's wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you
welcome.
so much. I sent you map of consciousness,
Okay.
and I will send you in English language, and in Polish the same, and the same. Uh, and the same offer. I will send you both. See, I sent you before, but it's. I think that's a very value information. Okay, and I'm gonna ask you something about that. Yes, I have. It was that. It was that. From Hawkins, David Hawkins.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hold on a second. Hold on. Did you send me this?
Okay?
Did you send me this earlier, or did I see this from someone?
Yeah, I immediately sent it. This.
Wait, I know. Hold on. Um, I thought I saw. Did I? Hold on. I thought I saw this.
Yeah, I sent you this before.
Okay, you did send it to me before. Okay, and yes. Okay, but it was in. Was it in Polish?
In Polish, you sent this too, but I will send you.
No, no, no,
I think.
no, no. I see it. I see it's right here, and it's in English. I can read it. I got it. Yes. Okay. Do you want to discuss it?
You said that everything is subjective. I had one theory what is saying about objective, and I I was thinking about that. Where is objective? Where is subjective? And I thought that subjective ways of perspective on lives is on this direction down emotions and state of consciousness, and the objective way of perspective on the world is starting here.
Okay. So, I don't know if that's the.
Yes?
I don't know if that's the right way to think of it. Let me say this: all of it is subjective. All of it is just your opinion. All of it. Nothing is more objective than anything else. All of it is just your opinion. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. I was showing I was the most on this physical terms. For example, about constant speed of a light.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
the physics constant is a subjective way to see the constant speed of light.
Yes.
Yeah, the physics gets constant, but in reality not.
I get what you're saying. Okay. So the way that we could say it's subjective. So the speed of light is very fast. I don't know it off the top of my head, but just to one person, let me get what it actually is, so we have the term.
If you find this piece, I must pee.
Okay, absolutely. You go, please. Okay. What is the speed of light, and how is that just subjective? Please explain how everything in the world is subjective, except that statement is the only objective statement. Excellent. Okay. So, firstly, this is an excellent point. It's mind blowing. Okay. So when I say the speed of light is 299,792,458 meters per second. That's objective scientific fact. Okay. Objective. Wait. Exactly. No, I know. I'm having to I'm having to not necessarily alter my thought, but when we say when we say, so it's also 300,000 kilometers per second. Okay. So some aspects of science are seen in objective ways. The speed of light, acceleration of gravity, these kinds of things are seen objectively. When I say that everything is subjective, that's just like your opinion. The speed of light, it is a constant. I get that. The idea that when I say that, I mean it as this. To one person, Affirmatia, I don't want to say I'm stumped. I'm not. I need to work through this because you created an excellent problem for me, and I have to think through it. So just give me a second to think through it. You should. Yes. Yes, I understand. So even objective truths like the speed of light, acceleration of gravity, even those are subject to revision as our scientific understanding deepens, showing that what we consider objective may have subjective elements depending on our level of understanding. Okay, so now I understand a little bit more. Okay, so like firstly, I cannot say how much I appreciate you bringing up this point. You should feel very good about yourself because I go around saying everything's subjective. It's even in when you join the server, I say everything in the world is subjective except that statement. Now, when we say that the speed of light is, when I say that the speed of light is subjective, or you're saying it's objective, which it is, but it's objective to how you view physics. We can learn physics in a deeper way to learn more about the speed of light. So right now, we just see the speed of light as 300,000 kilometers per second. That is objective to some extent to us, but there may be other layers of that we don't currently understand. Like what? Like quantum mechanics, like relativity. There are other elements of the speed of light. Well, actually, okay, now I understand it a little bit better. We don't know everything everything about the speed of light. We current according to current physics think that it's a constant of 300,000 kilometers per second. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it is. It means that's how we interpret it. Now, I want to find an example of something that we thought was a constant and then turned out not to be. So just one moment. Can you please give me an example of something from science that we thought was a constant that ended up not being a constant?
I have an example.
Okay, what is it?
I think. And I will ask you, you know what the time dilatation is?
To some extent, yes.
I can explain you if you don't. If you know, tell me.
I know a little bit about it, but please tell me what you know.
Okay. Vector in the physics is a direction by which we are moved in a space.
Right.
And if we have this vector with the speed of light going through the space, we have a dilatation time. I mean, if we have one point, for example, the light of the sun and the light taking a trip to the earth,
Okay.
this is the light. This is the light. Here is the sun.
Okay.
Here is the earth.
Okay.
And this light will be going to the earth for some time. I don't know what time it will be, but it will be not like rushed. It will be distance. It will be distance who is between the sun and the earth. But for the light, the time will be always have a 0 time, 0 seconds, and the time the speed of light has a no time. That's a dilatation of time. That's the light doesn't feel the time which one has two objective views? I hope you understand.
Very complicated, but okay.
I have one example too, easier.
Okay.
Mm, Światła. Przejrzyst. Okay, if a spaceship moves at the speed of light, it will travel the distance from a point A to a point B without feeling the time that has elapsed on the journey.
Okay. I understand that.
And we have four dimensions. I think we have four dimensions in the universe: the first dimension, the second dimension, the third dimension, and the time. And if we will przekroczyć, if we will cross the speed of light, we will cross this dilatation time I wanted to explain you. We will go into other dimensions of time, probably 5, but I don't know.
Okay.
No, that's why hypothesis.
Okay. So most scientists believe that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. Okay. But there are some physicists that don't believe that. There are some, and there's some evidence for this, that the speed of light is variable. Some people say, I'm not saying that, I'm with you, 300,000 kilometers per second. But there are some people who say, some theoretical physicists proposed that the speed of light might have been much higher in the very early universe, particularly during the inflationary period. According to these theories, the speed of light could have been much faster in the first moments of the Big Bang, and then gradually slowed down to its current value as the universe expanded and cooled. This could help explain certain cosmological puzzles, such as the apparent flatness of the universe and the rapid expansion during inflation. So even we who think that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, even we think that, does not mean that all physicists believe that. So it's just our opinion that this is what it is. Another example.
Can you translate me this what you read?
Sure.
Thank you. But I think too that's the open about that because Einstein said everything is related.
Everything is relative. Exactly. Can you check your messages?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, that's
I made a mistake. No, 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 no. I made a mistake. My apologies. Um. Oh no, 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 no. It's not English. It's Filipino. Sorry. Just one moment.
okay.
Apologies.
That's very interesting translate.
Yes, exactly. I thought. Oh yeah, yeah. It's English. Yeah, right. Polish. Here we go. Okay, please try now.
Oh, you changed that.
Yes.
That was interesting too.
Oh, okay. I can go back. I
That
can.
was interesting.
Do you want the Filipino version?
Send me both.
You got it.
Yes, send me both, please.
Absolutely.
Send me both. What will be the areas of inflation? Inflation areas. What would be this?
So here's a simpler way to think of it. If we ask 100 scientists, what's the speed of light? 99 of them will say it's 300,000 kilometers per second. Okay. But there may be one of them or more who say, we don't think it's that. We think that it's the speed of light is variable, perhaps at the beginning of the Big Bang. So what I'm saying is that while the 99 of us think that it's an objective truth that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, that's still just our opinion of what we think the speed of light is. That there may be other people who think it's not that. So there's a thought that it's just your opinion of what the speed of light is. We may agree on it, and that's what we consider objective truth in science: the speed of light, speed of gravity, or acceleration of gravity, the the different equations. But that is just your opinion of that's what they are. That doesn't necessarily mean that's everybody's opinion.
I will agree with that because I think it too. Everything is an opinion, and I have one opinion about that. I have an interesting theory that if the speed of light has decreased,
Decreased?
decreased, yeah. If the speed of light has decreased science, definitely, our travel time have not travel time. I will say our field time is decreased too.
Yes.
For example, the things from the Big Bang would be happening faster than now, and we can from the Big Bang we can becomes gradually slow, slower, slower, slower. Every time it's slower, slower. That's a bit of it. I like imagination of many topics.
That's absolutely true. And on top of that, there's the thought that, okay, so we have the Big Bang goes and then slows, and then eventually it may reverse and the big crunch. So the Big Bang happened approximately like 12 billion years ago, and in another 48 billion years, we may have the big crunch. If that makes sense. So
The chaos.
the chaos, exactly.
From
And
the beginning to the end.
exactly.
The end to the beginning.
Perhaps we don't know. That's the big question. That's the big question. No one knows.
You know something about the Mahayuga? Yoga. Mahayuga.
Mahayuga?
But Mahayuga. That's four periods of duration a world. Mahayuga. Wait, I must Mahayuga. Now we have the Kali Yuga. This is the end of life that will be continuous with us. In fact, we are lucky with that. We have four Mahayugas, we are on the last Kali Yuga, and we will back from the Kali Yuga to Dvapara Yuga, which means Dvapara Yuga. Yeah, that's I think the same. What do you think?
I don't understand.
You understand?
I don't understand.
Okay, that's nothing bad. Nothing bad. I can show you more. That's, if you want, of course.
Sure, go ahead.
You got side. That's from Hinduism.
Yes, okay, so I'm on that. Yes, okay. So Mahayoga, it's Sanskrit for great yoga, is the designation of the first of the three inner tantras according to the ninefold division of practice used by the Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism. So it's the start, as I understand, right? The great yoga.
You got side.
I get that it's a cycle, and this is the first cycle, the start, okay?
Send you and we can talk.
Sure thing.
Something like that. The beginning, in the world. But I have idea. I must go to my friends now. If you want, you can meet this topic more. I will meet this topic more, and we can have an interesting talk.
Bravo. Excellent. I'll probably be sleeping because I haven't slept, but when I awake, we will talk about it, okay?
Okay, you can tonight in what color
No, it's 9:42 in the morning. It's early in the morning, but I've been up all night.
I could ask about something complex, like about the different type of refreshment in my country. I can buy this
I'll find it. I'll find it out right now. Okay, so is it 6:43 p.m. there? Oh, okay. So it's 9:43 a.m. here. So that is a difference of 8. It's so it's 9 hours. You're 9 hours ahead of me.
You have AM or PM? 9 AM or PM?
It's right now 9:44 a.m.
So you have okay, yes.
Yes, but I've been up all night. I didn't sleep last night. I've been talking with people, and so I sleep during the day. I will do so. I will do so. You take care. Enjoy your friend, and when you're back, if I'm awake, we'll talk about this more. I want to tell you this, and I mean this, Masha. I don't think I will ever forget this conversation that we had about objectivity and subjectivity because it really, really made me work. Good job. Good job. Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. Enjoy. Take care. Bye.
Involved. What's the rhetoric?
Wow, we got somebody to challenge us on that, and that was very, very helpful. Very happy about that.
Can you make the case for each side of this conflict?
That is very good.
You're opening a new can of worms that takes another 3 hours of conversation.
Just 3 hours?
At least. What I can tell you is this.
To watch me. Let's see how many. 3.
Iran, prior to 1979, viewed itself under the Shah as a kind of if not supporter of Israel, was in very good terms with Israel. They had an embassy in Iran, or unofficial embassy in Iran. They had certain projects that helping with the agriculture and so forth in Iran. But since 1979, that completely reversed.
Yeah.
Part of it is that the issue of the Palestinian plight remained very much the heart of
So do you maintain
the
your
revolutionary
idea that everything
Iranians.
in the,
You would see
in the
that
universe is subjective?
part of the United
Is that that
States
sentence?
is to support, part of the United States guilt, sin, is to support Israel vis-a-vis its very suppressive, very oppressive treatment of the
Maybe you
Palestinians,
should change it
completely
to every
illegal
opinion.
taking over of the territories which is not theirs
I
since
think I should.
1967.
Every opinion.
And therefore it is upon the Iranian regime, Iranian Islamic Republic, to support the cause of the
I want to change it
Palestinians.
now.
This came about at the time when the rest of the support for the Palestinians, including Arab nationalism, basically reached the stage of bankruptcy. I mean, much of the regimes of the Arab world either are now coming to terms with Israel, or in one way or another, because of their own contingencies, because of their own concerns and interests, are willy-nilly accepting Israel in the region. Now, that old task of rhetorically supporting the Palestinians falls upon the Islamic Republic, that sees itself as the champion of the Palestinians now, without, as a matter of fact, having either the support of the Iranian people behind him. If you ask,
Damn,
if
she fucking
tomorrow
got
there
me.
would be a poll or a referendum, I would doubt that 80% of the Iranian people would approve of the policies of the Islamic Republic vis-a-vis the issue of Palestine. Nor the Palestinians themselves, because the Islamic Republic is only supporting those factions within the Palestinian movement which are Islamic, quote unquote. And even within that, there is problems with Hamas, for instance. But nevertheless, it's for the Islamic Republic some kind of a propaganda tool to be able to use it for its own sake and claim that we are the champions of the Palestinian people. Whether they have a solution, if you look at the rhetoric, if you listen to the rhetoric, it's the destruction of the state of Israel. And that, it seems to me, creates a certain anxiety in the minds of the Israelis, Israeli population, and Israeli government, particularly those who are now in power, Netanyahu, the Likud, and more kind of a right-wing politics of polity of today's Israel. That being said, I think also the Israelis try to get an extra mileage out of threat of Iran, quote unquote, in order to present themselves a rightful to for terms of security and whatever else, the way that they're treating the Palestinians, which I think is extremely unjust. I think it's extremely unwise for Israel to carry on with these policies as they did since 67 at least, and not to try to come to terms with it. Of course, there are a huge amount of, I'm not denying that at all, it's a huge amount of uh, failures, mistakes, and stupidity on the side of the Palestinian leadership in various stages, not to try to make a deal or try to come to terms in some fashion. But it's a very complex picture, and it's rather unfair to the Palestinians to accuse them for not coming to terms with Israel under a very uneven circumstances, when they are not in a position to try to make a fair deal in terms of the territories or in terms of their security in future vis-a-vis Israel.
So I think there's, as you probably know, quite a lot of people that would have a different perspective than you just stated in terms of, taking the perspective of Israel and characterizing the situation. Can you steelman that their side? Can you steelman Israel's side that they're trying to be a sovereign nation, trying to protect themselves against threats, ultimately wanting to create a place of safety, a place where people can
Does it have to
pursue
be?
all the things that you want to pursue in life, including foremost happiness.
I tend to agree with you, and I have all the respect for the fact that Israel would like to create security and happiness for its own people. But there are two arguments. One is a moral argument. To my mind, as a historian, uh, Jews around the world, for all through their history, suffered. And this is a history of suffering. It's a history, memory of suffering. And I find it enormously difficult to believe that a nation that's the product of so much sacrifice, suffering, loss of life, and variety of Holocaust above all, would find itself in a position not to give the proper justice to a people who could be their neighbors. And that is a moral argument which I cannot believe under any circumstances can be accepted. Second, in real terms,
Can't believe I'm changing this.
what do you want to? You want to commit a genocide? You have a population there that you have to come to terms with it. And you cannot just postpone as they did. 667, they're postponing and hoping that it goes away somehow. I don't think it's going to go away. And it's going to get worse rather than better.
It's a long, nuanced discussion, and I look forward to having it. So we'll just leave it there for the moment. But it is a stressful place in the world where the rhetoric is existential, where Iran makes claims that it wants to wipe
Welcome.
a country off the face of the earth. It's just the level of intensity of rhetoric is unlike anywhere else in the
Yes.
world,
And extremely dangerous.
and in both directions. So one, the real danger of the rhetoric actually being acted upon, and then the extreme political parties using the rhetoric to justify even a greater escalation. So
Yes.
if Iran is saying that it's saying that they want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth, that justifies any response.
On the other side,
On the other side,
of course, I tend to agree with you fully. And unfortunately, this is a very critical situation that this region is facing, Iran in particular. I would say that I hope that in the minds of the people of Israel, there is enough or common sense to realize that probably escalation on the Israeli side is not in the favor of anybody, and try to let the Iranians to go on with their empty rhetoric as they do so far. But at the same time, I cannot deny the fact that, there is a danger on the side of this regime and what it says. It cannot be denied. Nobody can justify that. Particularly because the Iranian population is not behind this regime. Certainly in the case of the Palestinians. Or for that matter, it's not Palestine. It's the Islamic Republic's involvement in Lebanon with Hezbollah. It's the Islamic Republic's involvement in Syria with Bashar Assad. Its involvement in other parts of the world, perhaps even Yemen. That all of them creates extraterritorial responsibilities or interventions, unnecessary interventions that ultimately is not in favor of best interests of the Iranian people or Iran as a country. Iran has never been involved in this kind of politics before of the Islamic Republic. So in a sense, the Iranian regime, it seems to me, by going to the extreme, try to create for itself a space that it did not have or did not deserve to have within the politics of the region. So in other words, that has become part of the tool, a kind of an instrument for, if you like to call it, some kind of an expansionism of the regime. In parts of the world where it can see there is a possibility for its presence, for its expansion. Of course, historically speaking, Iran, ever since 15th century, I think that's the earliest example I can see, in early modern times, has always a tendency of moving in the direction of not only what is today the state of Iraq, but further into the eastern coast of Mediterranean. So that's a long-term ambition that has been in the cards as far as Iran as a strategic unit is concerned, but by no means justified, and by no means could be a reasonable, could be a sane policy of a nation state as today's Iran. But the second point is that also regimes are always victims of their own rhetoric. So it's once you keep repeating something, then you become more and more committed to it. And it cannot remain anymore in the level of a rhetoric. You have to do something about it. So it's some compelling pressure to try to materialize what you've been saying in your rhetoric. And that is even extremely more dangerous as far as Iran is concerned. And it brings it to some unholy alliances that today we are witnessing. Iran is getting involved, even more dangerous than this rhetoric in terms of the vis-a-vis Israel is its involvement with Russia and to some extent with China, which we can talk about.
What do you think about the meeting between Khamenei and Vladimir Putin in July? What's that alliance? What's that partnership? Is it surface level geopolitics, or is there a deep growing connection?
I cannot see the difference between geopolitics and these deep connections. I see this one and the same. Why? Because I think the experience of 40 years of
How long
distancing from the West in terms of the Islamic Republic, and the fact that there is a shelf life to imperial presence for any empire anywhere in the world. So after the terrible experience of the United States in Iraq and in Afghanistan, pretty much like the British Empire, that after the Suez experience in '56, decided to withdraw from east of Suez. Maybe there is a moment here that we are witnessing, or it may come, that a great power like the United States sees it its benefit not to get too much involved into nitty-gritty things in other parts of the world, that it's not its immediate concern. And I think that is part of the reason, not the entire reason, part of the reason why we see the emergence of a new geopolitical environment in this part of the world, of which China, Russia, possibly Iran, possibly Turkey, possibly both of them, are going to be part. Perhaps Saudis also, but I doubt that the Saudis, under the present circumstances, although we've witnessed some remarkable issue in the course of the past few weeks, where the Saudis giving assurances to American administration and then shifting and getting along with Putin in terms of the oil production, I think is more than that even. And it's not only them, but also the Emirates are doing the same thing. So what does that tell us?
And that's another many-hour conversation about the oil industry in Iran and the whole region.
In emerging this kind of a world, which was perhaps even 10 years ago unimaginable, that we see now a great power China, that it's going to remain, from what we see around us, as a great power, and Russia, adventurous, foolish, but nevertheless would remain criminal, I would say, as far as its behavior in Ukraine. But actually, it's a rogue nation that attracts another rogue nation. So Iran finds itself now in a greater place of security in alliance with Russia, in the hope that this would give Iran a greater security in this part of the world. Whether this is realistic or an illusion, I think remains to be seen. I think Iran relation makes more sense.